Okay, I think we're good to go now. And so just want to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of council for Monday, April 11th, 2022. We're going to start with the singing of O Canada, followed by the reading of the land acknowledgement, and that'll be the Deputy Mayor, Kevin Townsend. So if I can ask everyone to stand for the singing of O Canada.
Oh.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Makes you want to say play ball after. All right, Deputy Mayor Townsend.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land in which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Townsend, and a happy birthday. It was his birthday on Saturday. I hope you had a great birthday celebration, and it was following the heels of Councillor Phillips, who had a birthday a few short days ago as well. Happy birthday, Councillor Phillips. So it looks like April's a bit of a birthday month.
Thank you, Mayor. Almost an April Fool, but not quite.
And we also have another one coming up, but we'll say it at the next meeting, who's the next happy birthday recipient in April of council. We will be selecting councillors to be recommended for appointment to the Transitional Transit Commission Board. We will need to use ballots for this, but given that a number of us are attending virtually today, I'm going to ask the Deputy Clerk to walk us through this process prior to the Mayor's report. So I'm going to turn it over to the Deputy Clerk, Kristen Sullivan.
Thank you. So last week, staff emailed all members of City Council and all regional councillors representing St. Catharines and requested that anyone interested in being recommended to the Transitional Transit Commission Board advise staff prior to 9 a.m. today. The city is able to bring forward 3 nominees to the region. Councillor Miller, Councillor Dodge, Regional Councillor Cisco, and Mayor Senzik have put their names forward. Because we cannot use traditional paper ballots today, we are instead asking councillors to email myself, Kristen Sullivan, as well as Evan McGinty now with the names of up to 3 people who they would like to recommend. Staff will then tally the results to prepare the motion for council to consider later this evening. With this being the first time that ballots will be used since the new procedure bylaw was approved last year, I also want to recommend everyone that we have changed how we handle ballots. The procedure bylaw now requires that ballots be recorded in the meeting minutes. This is in line with the Municipal Act, which prohibits voting by secret ballot, with the exception being appointment of head of council or a presiding officer. So as a reminder, asking council to email myself and Evan McGinty now with up to 3 names to be nominated. The councillors that have put their name forward are Councillor Miller, Councillor Dodge, Regional Councillor Cisco, and Mayor Senzik. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that to the Deputy Clerk. I'm just going to do a bit of a mayor's report. And first of all, for all the well wishes, I just want to thank all the people who took time to wish me well as I went through COVID. There's a lot of people in our community who are going through COVID. And a few weeks ago, we announced timing to return to the in-person meetings, but out of an abundance of caution, the CAO has decided to delay the gradual return. And as we heard from Dr. Kieran Moore, the province's chief medical officer, we are definitely in the midst of a 6th wave of COVID-19 today. And given the increase in cases, the city wants to do its part to help stop the spread. As the COVID-19 situation continues to evolve, staff will continue to monitor cases, regulations, public health guidelines, and update council once we have a new date for the full return to in-person council. A reminder to the community, please remain vigilant and follow public health guidelines to keep you and others safe. We are going through a lot of faith-based celebrations that will be taking place over the next week. We are in the middle of Ramadan as well. What I would do is just caution folks that if you're not feeling well, or if you're starting to feel a little off, I think it's important that you just stay home. And as much as that's a challenge for folks who want to get together and be together through these celebrations, ask yourselves, who are you putting at risk? I myself, my mom and dad are in their 80s. I would not want to see them get infected with this virus themselves. So looking at what we want to do for the holidays, we may change this holiday season coming up. So asking yourselves just to be cautious of your surroundings. And I would say wear a mask when you're in large public settings. If I can just say, what I've learned about this is that it is very much taking a chance. And what I mean by that is the virus seems to affect people in different ways. Some people get really mild symptoms. Other people seem to get more impactful symptoms that last longer. You're really risking your own livelihood, your own abilities to go to work, your abilities to be out and about in the community if you get very sick from this virus. So ask yourself, what situation do you want to be in? And if we can all just undertake for a little while longer to protect ourselves, our family, our friends, our coworkers, do what you can to try and break the chain of transmission here in our community. Last Thursday, we had a very impactful council meeting. It was a virtual council meeting. And in that meeting, we approved the Rankin project in the commercial core of Port Dalhousie. And I just want to reiterate and thank the Port Dalhousie Conservancy, Rankin Construction, and the city staff who all came together for that minutes of settlements that was able to be approved. We're looking forward to seeing this exciting new construction come to life in the Port Dalhousie core area. It's been a long time coming. It's an area that has gone through a lot of struggles due to the long history of that space and a lot of the different iterations of projects that have come forward. But I will say that we have a very special developer in our community with Rankin Construction and their team. And I think the pieces are in place now for something to move forward. So I want to thank so many of the community reached out and said, congratulations to everybody involved. This was a very historic moment for our community. As well, there was also the OLT appeal that went through last week in terms of the lifting of the appeal that was taking place. I want to thank our team led by Director Kitte, who was very instrumental in making sure the city was very well represented at the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal process. And it does mean that it unlocks very important land west of St. Catharines and also the GM property. So having this appeal being lifted is a significant opportunity for a number of developers that are looking to move forward in our community with more exciting projects. And again, it clearly establishes that the work that was done by the city and the region, endorsed by council at the city, endorsed by council at the region, was the one that was brought forward and acknowledged by the Ontario Land Tribunal. So again, great work to everybody involved. It was a long time, but we got through it, and we're looking forward to seeing more development take place. Also last week, there was a lot of discussion about housing, and housing is on everyone's mind right now. And our team at the city, again, led by Director Kitte, has been putting a lot of work into how the city of St. Catharines can position itself for the acceleration of housing growth in our community, but at the same time, look at what the province is doing and offer strong recommendations on how we can do it better in partnership with the province and with the region and the federal government. We saw that the federal government released its budget last week. And what was interesting in the budget is the language around unlocking housing and trying to create conditions that allow for more people to access housing in communities across the country. I will say it didn't go far enough. I think the federal government has a role to play in trying to take away the escalation that we're seeing in pricing and housing. There's a lot of financial levers that they could have used that they didn't use. And we're hoping that through more effort on driving the awareness around housing and the crisis that it is becoming, that the federal government will do more, the province will do more. And it's not just about building urban sprawl. It's about making sure that we're building affordable housing for everyone. And that's going to be a key part moving forward. And I know this council is dedicated to that. The work that we've done with the Geneva Street property, the work that we've done getting Niagara Regional Housing to build in St. Catharines, to get Bethlehem Housing and Pantera to build in St. Catharines, that's because this council has taken a very strong position on trying to ensure that there is affordable and social and attainable housing here in St. Catharines. But we got a lot of work ahead of us, and I'll just share a quick story. I get a private message on Instagram. A younger woman in our community, a single mother, is being evicted from her residence. She doesn't have a place to move. She's scared. Her kids are nervous. It's creating a crisis within her family. And I think this is just one of many, 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 many stories that are out in our community right now. And we've got to the collective we as a community, have to figure out quickly, how do we create more secure housing? At the end of the day, housing should be a right, not a privilege. And we've got a lot more work that we have to do there. There is an empty seat at the table for the next little while, and that's as Councillor Sal Sorrento has taken a leave of absence, and he is on the campaign trail until June 2nd. So Councillor Townsend is carrying the flag in St. George's Ward, so a lot more work is going to be put on his shoulders, and I know he's up for it as well. The Mayor's Poetry Challenge is returning this April with a theme to help celebrate the upcoming Canada Games. There's incredible buzz with the games coming to our community, and it's a special event that will not only bring the country together for 2 weeks, but will also leave a world-class legacy facility here in St. Catharines. I know a number of councillors have had an opportunity to tour the facility. It's an absolute best in class. It's one of the best recreation and culture facilities in all of Canada. And so I can't wait to showcase it to the community. It is an outstanding facility. And what we're looking for is for people to capture sport through poetry, and they can submit it until April 30th to poetry@stcatharines.ca. We have Pitch-In Day coming up, and it's April 23rd. Thank you to the Clean Advisory Committee for all their work. And it starts on the 23rd, 9 till 11 a.m. And as well, the Friends of Malcolmson Eco Park are looking for help to get the park ready for spring. And that cleanup is also April 23rd, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And I know Councillor Phillips and Councillor Dodge will be there. You may need and to provide details on the location. If you're interested on lending a hand, please contact the city for supplies. You can do that through Citizens First. And what we're looking for is people spreading out across our community and helping to clean up in our parks and in our parkettes and other spaces. And I will say, there's often questions that we get of council about garbage in the parks. Our staff don't start going into the parks for another couple of weeks. We don't have our seasonals coming back. So it's helpful if the neighborhoods were able to go into the parks and help clean up. It does help our employees as well, and it helps the neighborhood look better. So if you can get out with your little kids and get into the parks and pick up some of the litter that's being left there from over the wintertime, that'd be a great help as well. I just want to say a lot has been said over the last week about the Niagara Ice Dogs, and while I have made my position clear on the OHL findings, as the team season comes to an end this weekend, I want to wish the players well in Saturday's game against Barrie. I want to remind the community that it should not undermine the fans. What's happened recently should not undermine the fans, the players, and other employees who strive to be positive and active members of the community. And I know the season was a challenging one for the players who had their playoff hopes dashed, ending a streak of never missing the playoffs following a full season of play. But we should all be able to take the time to reflect on what happened recently, and we should all strive to do better. We remain proud to have the OHL and Ice Dogs call Meridian Center in St. Catharines home. They are a great source of pride in our community, and the young men on the ice deserve our support as they head into the final game of the season. On April 22nd, the Meridian Center will be filled with another special event. The 2022 Niagara Canada Summer Games is proud to welcome Tim Hicks, hometown boy, lover boy, and Poisey to the stage at the Rising with Glowing Hearts celebration. The All-Canadian lineup helps celebrate the countdown to the Niagara 22 Canada Summer Games, which will begin with the opening ceremonies at the Meridian Center on August 6th. So come out and get your tickets, and you can get your tickets at Niagara2022games.ca. This Friday is at sundown is the start of Passover. It's one of the most widely celebrated Jewish holidays. And to our Jewish community, I want to wish you a happy Passover. May Passover bring you peace, happiness, love, and blessings. And to Christians celebrating Good Friday and Easter Sunday, wishing you all a happy Easter that is filled with plenty of joy, happiness, and love. And note, City Hall is closed on Good Friday, but open on Easter Monday. So with that, I just want to give a farewell to someone who has been around our table for a number of years now, and someone who has been at almost every council meeting at the City of St. Catharines, because when we were sitting actually in person, she'd be sitting 2 over from me, so beside the CAO, and she was always that person, the one who gave the most sage advice, especially when there was things that were going on around council and within our community that required a sharp legal eye. The city solicitor, Heather Salter, could always be counted on to be the one that really brought all of the thinking into a very crystal clear perspective around the legal matters that were facing us on any number of issues. She has over 30 years of municipal law experience. She comes to us from the warm tropical city of, I think it's Sudbury, and she found that she wanted to get to even warmer climates. So she came down to Niagara, first started in Fort Erie, and then came over to the City of St. Catharines. For the last 5 years as director, Heather has been an integral part of the senior leadership team here at the city. And she has been particularly valuable involving the ongoing challenges that we were all faced with COVID-19, because as you can imagine, there was a lot of legislation that had to be analyzed before it was implemented here at the City of St. Catharines. I got to say, she was always an individual who was willing to challenge us, never afraid to offer a contrarian opinion, but one that was always rooted in law. And what we often forget is that law is about precedent. Law is about what has come before us. Sometimes we as counselors don't really understand what came before us, but the solicitor is the one who needs to follow the dots along the line to ensure that we as council and city don't trip up along the way. And I got to say, Heather, you've made my experience as mayor one without many trips and falls, because I learned early that it's best to listen to Heather than to go in a different direction. So I want to wish you all the best on behalf of council. It has been an absolute honor and a pleasure to work beside you. And I know you'll be hiking and you'll be up at the cottage. You'll be doing all the fun things that maybe you couldn't have done as much when you're here working at the City of St. Catharines, but you will be very much missed by all of us. Would you like to say something?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your generous comments. And just very quickly, I don't want to prolong the meeting, and I'm not one for speeches, but I'd like to give a shout out to my team in Legal and Clerk Services. Thank you for all of your support and your dedication to excellence, and for just being such a fun bunch of people to work with. And congratulations to my colleague, Chandra Chani, who will be filling the role as acting director and city solicitor till the end of the year. He's going to be one very busy guy, so please give him your support. Thank you to my colleagues on the senior leadership team. I hope the council and the public know that this team here in St. Catharines are some of the best in their areas of expertise in the entire province of Ontario, not just Niagara. Please value and support them. And finally, to you, Mayor and Council, yours is a very difficult job. The choices that you have are never easy, and rarely is there a choice that's going to please everybody. So for those of you who will choose to seek re-election in October, I wish you the best of luck and thank you for your service to this community. So that's it, and thank you all for the opportunity to be part of Team St. Catharines. It's been a pleasure and a joy, and I'm going to miss a lot of the job, but happy that I had the opportunity to join this team and make a bit of a presence, hopefully. Thank you all.
Can we unmute so we can hear the claps? So it can, if everyone can, let's unmute.
You're here.
Thank you.
Welcome. Amazing. All right. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk and we'll go through the agenda, adoption of the agenda.
So we have a very small number of amendments today. The first is that item 10.1, Niagara Region Establishment of the Municipal Service Board for Regional Transit motion has been requested to bring forward earlier in the evening to just after the consent agenda. And then there's 2 items of additional correspondence that have been placed in Council Sugar Sync folder. The first is a notice of open house and public meeting from the region regarding the proposed Niagara official plan. The second is a set of 4 additional correspondence received regarding item 7.2, the 2022 City of St. Catharines Beach Strategy and amendments to the rates and fees.
All right, can I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor? And I got everybody inside. Okay, that's good. And adoption of the minutes. We have the council adopt the minutes of council held on March 28th, 2022. Councillor Harris and Councillor Littleton. Any changes to the minutes that anyone wants to make? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. And now we head off into any conflicts of interest tonight. If you do, put them in writing to the clerk. I'm not seeing any hands go up. And consent. Actually, yeah, we'll go to consent. Are there any items to be lifted from consent?
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
I don't want to lift anything, but could you possibly just mention that if this is passed, that 6.3 would be meaning that there would be a public meeting, just so that if people don't read this necessarily, they understand that there will be a public meeting on that issue?
Okay, so 6.3 Economic Development Tourism Services. This is the application for exemption to bylaw 95212 Reptilia. And then this will then set the public meeting for April 25th, 2022. And that's when the public would be asked to come and delegate. Thank you, Councillor Dodge, for that reminder. And seeing nothing else being lifted, I will go to the clerk. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Kushner. And I'll turn it over to the clerk for the vote.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, report on Richard Pierpoint Park recognition opportunities. Item 6.2, CRCS, Niagara Folk Arts Festival 2021 report and 2022 funding request. Item 6.3, Economic Development and Tourism Services, application for exemption to bylaw 95-212, Reptilia, which will set the public meeting for April 25th. Item 6.4, Financial Management Services, Budget Standing Committee cover report from March 21st, 2022. And item 6.5, Legal and Clerk Services correspondence report. Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Mayor Senzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we do have a couple of presenters today, so I'm just going to read the declaration that council chambers and all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy, that many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It's imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but we understand that we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignities in council chambers. So we're going to go to 10.1, Niagara Regional Transit, establishment of municipal board of service for regional transit. We have a motion that is on the floor, whereas the correspondence from regional clerk requests that the local area municipalities submit recommendations to the representatives for the Transitional Transit Commission Board. And whereas the City of St. Catharines is eligible to bring forward 3 nominees, each of which must either be a local or regional councillor. And whereas all members of the City of St. Catharines and all members of Niagara Regional Council representing St. Catharines were provided an opportunity to be nominated, therefore be it resolved that City of St. Catharines recommend that, and I'll look to the clerk to see if the information has been collected.
Correct. So we have received ballots from each of the councillors, and the names that are being put forward are Councillor Miller, Regional Councillor Cisco, and Mayor Senzig.
Okay. And so I need a mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Townsend. And that further be resolved that the city clerk notify the region of this decision. So I'll turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote.
We do have a question from within the council chambers from Councillor Porter.
Oh, sorry about that.
Mayor Senzig, it just maybe perhaps it doesn't really change much, and I'm just looking for an amendment that in the future that staff could look to kind of an interview process for board appointments. I know there's a policy coming back on committee appointments, but when that policy comes back in a staff report, if staff are able to put together some kind of interview process for positions like this.
Okay, so I'll go to the deputy clerk. Where are we in the process for that policy to come back?
So we are currently working on the policy that would appoint public members to advisory committees, and we would consider this kind of in partnership with that policy. We bring it forward at the same time. It would be our goal would be to have it be approved before the end of the term, so it's in place for the beginning of next term.
And to the CAO, in terms of the appointments, would they be for what would you see these boards be? What boards would they be a part of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding it would be not necessarily the committees of council, but it would be the boards and commissions. So the representation on the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Transit Commission, Niagara Regional Transit Commission, the Airport Commission, Performing Arts, and there may be one other that I'm missing, but that's my interpretation of that process. The other committees of council wouldn't require a process.
Okay, Councillor Porter, does that provide clarification for what you're intending to achieve?
Yes, that makes sense. I think it's important to hear from people why they want to be appointed to these boards and what their vision is, or perhaps their experience. And I think it helps in the decision making. So thank you.
Okay, we add the word boards and commissions to the amendment. Councillor Phillips, you have your hand up?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the intent of this is to interview any councillor in the future who's interested in, I'll use the library board, for example, Great Wine Festival Board, Niagara Symphony Board, and the other boards you mentioned. I mean, you could have 4 or 5 councillors interested after the election in each board, and they're all going to have to be interviewed by staff. That process would be extremely cumbersome. I don't know what staff would be doing it, but I'm not sure that I agree with this. I can support that.
Do you want Councillor Porter to provide some clarity?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. I don't foresee this as, a whole interview process like you're interviewing for a job. I believe if you want to put your name forward, you should take the opportunity to answer just some standard questions that you could submit to your colleagues, and you could, in council chambers, when it's the night to make these types of decisions, you could give a little bit of an elevator speech on what your vision is for sitting on this board and what your vision is for it. Sometimes when we're new councillors, we don't really know each other. It's difficult to make decisions. And then there's also a level of transparency doing it this way. The public can kind of see the decision-making in action. So that's all. I don't want this to be an onerous process at all for staff or for councillors. I just really feel like it's good to have an opportunity to hear from everybody about why they feel they need to sit on a certain board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was similar to Councilor Phillips, but just through you to Councilor Porter. Who do you have in mind would do the interviewing?
Perhaps interviews, not the right word. This is really for council. It's council's deciding. And so my vision is there are certain questions that would be provided to people who want to sit on a certain board. So instead of typically, we have to put our names forward, but I think in the future, if we want to put our names forward to something, we should really be submitting an explanation why we should be sitting on this board, why we're the best person, what our experience is, and what our vision is for this board. It's just to see if people have an understanding, and and that way we're making better choices at the end of the day.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, again, where would these questions come from? Who would draft them?
Isn't a report, can I just interrupt? Isn't a report coming back? Shouldn't we be having this conversation when the report comes back? I'm not sure why we're debating it right now.
It's basically a statement of interest why you want to sit on the board. So maybe we could change the language to a process like a statement of interest that can be reviewed by our colleagues when we're putting our names forward.
Thank you, and I agree with Councilor Harris. I might as well wait, but keeping in mind that sometimes there is only one person to be chosen or one that volunteers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand where Councilor Porter is going with this. My feeling with this is we already do this when we put our names forward early on in council. What I think my colleague is trying to put forward, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the councillor is looking to have that beyond the initial comments when councillors put their names forward. I think she's perhaps looking for an interview process to happen if, in a situation, a councillor leaves a committee or a board. Am I correct on that? Where, say, it happens in the middle of the term?
I think for any time, I think if going forward at the beginning of a council term, there might be brand new councillors, and those councillors are tasked with choosing who gets to sit on a board. It just puts everything out into the public, kind of stops the phone calls, and people have to submit a statement of interest that everybody gets to review, and you have to make your pitch. And so I don't know, you can call it an interview process, and it could be the same thing when there is a vacancy in the middle of a board term.
My concern is we already do this. So, for example, through you, through Mr. Mayor, when I put my name forward to be on the Performing Arts Center board, I had to express to my colleagues at the meeting why I felt I would be the best person for that committee. So I'm just trying to, it just seems like we're asking for something that we're already doing.
We didn't do this for the NPCA. We didn't do this for the transit.
It's not formalized. We haven't formalized it.
Thanks.
Okay, but to my point is that it's this clause, maybe the wording needs to change. The wording on this is specific to elected officials. And I think that's where the concern lies for me. So maybe we need to be more specific, like it's not necessarily just elected officials, it's any citizen appointments as well. So if the councillor is open to adding in citizen appointments into this, I'd be okay with voting in favor.
Councillor Townsend, there's a report coming back related specifically to citizen appointments already. It's just we ask more of citizen appointments in some cases. Like they have to fill out very lengthy forms sometimes, 3 pages that we score when we're appointing citizens. And I just see inconsistency amongst ourselves when we're wanting to get appointed to, say the Hydro Board or at some soon the NPCA. I think it won't be a citizen appointment anymore. It'll be another elected official because they've changed the policy. And I just feel like there needs to be something in place, a consistent approach for appointing, each other. And this way it is transparent. It's just not consistent. Yes, we did it at the last meeting. We gave some elevator pitches on why we should be on this board or that, but nothing was in stone and we didn't have to do that.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, I'll wait till the report comes back, and I think that's something we should do before even adding this into this motion, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris?
I agree with Councillor Townsend. The deputy clerk mentioned that they're going to come back with a report about citizens, have another report coming back about councillors. I suggest this isn't the right forum to have this amendment in it. Ask for the report to come back, then we can vet the report and make a decision then. So I'm hoping that we would remove that, because all we're doing is appointing someone to the region or recommending 3 people to the region. So I don't know why we want to blurry the motion. Is blurry a word? Yeah, it is. So hopefully maybe Councillor Porter, could we remove it and specifically ask for a report to come back that includes, because this also goes hand in hand with the conversations we were having a few weeks ago about code of conduct and how it applies to outside boards and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I'm happy to include it as part of a request to be included in the upcoming staff report. It's just basically asking for a written statement of interest when we want to appoint one of our colleagues. I didn't think it was that complicated, but I'm happy to just have it as a staff report. Thanks.
To come back, but maybe put the date on to come back with the other one, right?
Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do is, if I can have the leniency of council, is let's lift that, but following this approval of the motion, we'll then just approve that staff direction to include the consideration of that in the appointment policy so that we can clean this all up, okay? Councillor Kushner.
Yes, my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, would be that this be deferred and referred to discussion when the report comes back, and that could be incorporated in that report.
Okay, well, we may do it my way first, and then we'll
Okay.
figure it out. So let's vote on the initial motion, and then we'll just look at if we want to submit something to staff. To the clerk.
So the motion to appoint the individuals to the Regional Transitional Transit Board. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so just the direction to staff. So just submitting that for consideration to be included at least in the process of appointment. So we'll look at that as part of an overall, when the policy comes back. Is council okay with that direction to staff?
Yes.
Okay, just quick show of hands that they're okay with the direction. Okay, that's carried. Thanks. Now we'll move on to 7.1, which is municipal work. So this is a public meeting, and this first public meeting is really just the bylaw to regulate use of boulevards and unopened road allowances. Notice of the bylaw to regulate use of boulevards and open road allowances have been published in accordance with the City of St. Catharines notice bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. No items of written correspondence were received. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak to the bylaw to regulate this use were advised to RSVP with the office of the city clerk by 9 a.m. today in order to speak. No one registered to speak. Public meeting will then be closed and the council will make a decision. So we've opened up the public meeting and no one has requested to speak. There is no staff presentation. I will call upon for a motion to close the public meeting at this point in time. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor of closing the public that's carried. So that's now closed. We have now closed the public meeting regarding this bylaw. And now I had to bang a gavel. It signifies the closing of the public meeting. Okay, so now we have the recommendation on the floor. Can I ask the council coordinator to put the recommendation on the floor? I'll need a mover and a seconder, and then we can ask staff questions. I've got Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Townsend. The motion is now on the floor. If there's any questions of staff, they're free to do so. Councillor Garcia, and then Councillor Littleton, I see her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to staff for coming up with this bylaw. I think it's certainly important to have it because we get all kinds of different treatments, and particularly people parking on boulevards frequently. My question to you to the director is, will there automatically be some kind of a media release issued on this if we pass it? I think we want to both get it in the media and social media and everywhere we can, because it will be important that people know. And I don't know whether I need to add that as an amendment or whether that's going to happen anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is the intention that we would work with our communication staff to put out communications to the public to help them understand that this bylaw and policy will be coming in force, and give them some opportunity to review it and to see what it says and if it does impact them.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Smith, I also like the fact that the planting on the boulevard is controlled or a problem if it's more than a meter high, because I know it can block traffic, and particularly at corners and so on. But there are some people that do a wonderful job of planting their boulevard, and we don't necessarily want to disturb that if it's done properly and not blocking anything. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the director. I guess I'm just wondering what would happen if somebody currently has landscaped the boulevard. We're going to leave it until we get a complaint, or are they grandfathered in? What are we doing about that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, we have the ability to enforce in our boulevard now when people put plantings or something in the boulevard that shouldn't be there. There's a couple of avenues that are open. The enforcement, though, takes a couple of different directions, and the most applicable one tends to be dealing with it as a trespass through provincial offenses, which takes a long time and is very expensive. So for the most part, this bylaw does not change the way that we will be enforcing plantings in the boulevard now. What it does is give us some more tools to deal with it, as well as give the public some guidelines with respect to what they can put in the boulevard area. The other thing that this bylaw does gives the opportunity for the director or delegated to my staff, the ability to recognize things in the boulevard that are there that do not cause a safety hazard or a visual hazard or are interfering with utilities, and would give the public some level of comfort with respect to having that there in the boulevard, and that it can stay there for that use. So to get back to your question, there really is no grandfathering, because this bylaw is really the way we enforce, not our ability to deal with obstructions in the boulevard at this time.
Okay, so right now, it's kind of, what I'm hearing is that you already have the ability to remove things in the boulevard if they're unsafe or what have you. But, so let's say I have a boulevard and I want to put some flowers on the boulevard. Do I need to come and talk to the city first, or I just put the flowers, or don't touch the boulevard? Like, I think I'm a little unclear as to what is permitted and what is not permitted.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there would be no need to contact the city if someone wanted to plant flowers in the boulevard. One of the reasons that we have this bylaw is if somebody wants to plant trees and or bushes, shrubs that are going to get over 1 meter high, then yes, they should definitely come and talk to the city. It's not our intention, once this bylaw passes, to go on a blitz and deal with all of these things that we have within our boulevard all across the city. We plan to enforce it the same way we do now, which is through either something that's noticed at staff as a safety concern, or we get a complaint from someone with respect to something that's in the boulevard. When that happens, we will go out and review it. And basically there'll be the option, if it is a safety hazard or if it is an issue, they'll be issued a letter of compliance. If it's not a safety hazard, if it's not an issue, that will be allowed to stay. Basically what it will do, they'll get a letter from the city that recognizes that they have it in the boulevard and that it's basically at the city's convenience, which means that if we had a water main break and we had to go in and someone has an ornate planting in the boulevard, that we would let them know. It's not something that we are going to reestablish an ornate planting if we have to repair a water main. However, if they want to take the chance of putting that ornate planting in the boulevard, then that's at their own risk.
Okay, so just to be clear then, your staff is going to investigate, because I can see this is becoming, or not just becoming, but I know sometimes neighbors get upset with other neighbors and they'll complain. So, neighbor A calls about neighbor B, you come out, you say the flowers are fine, it's going to stay, and that's the end of it. Just to be clear.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It is the end of it. We will actually give them a letter saying the city recognizes that it's in the boulevard and it is not a safety hazard and it can stay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. And I believe we have Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about my picture not being on, but when it's on, it's really echoey when I'm listening to the rest of the conversations going on. So along that same vein, if someone was unsure about something that they wanted to plant, would they be able to contact the city? Like, what would the process be in that case? Could they come to the city and say, I have some flowers, I want to plant them, I just want to make sure they're okay? Is there a process that they could follow to do that, or how would that work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. If in fact we encourage this residents to reach out to the city if they're unsure about something that they want to put in the boulevard, they can reach out. My staff will contact them and have that discussion with them, so they have a level of comfort before they actually proceed down that road of planting or putting something in the boulevard.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Yes, my question, Mr. Mayor, is this problematic? Are we having all kinds of problems that we have to set up a new process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when it's a problem, it's a big problem. Because going through the provincial offences court is costly, takes a long time, and it's an unknown outcome. By putting this bylaw in place, it makes it clear to the public, makes it clear to the staff, and it gives us a quick method of resolving the issue. So generally speaking, we probably have 10 or 12 of these a year that we deal with. So that doesn't seem like a large number. However, if you think of, we have 10 or 12 that we have to take through provincial offences court to actually deal with them or to get some resolution on them, then that becomes a significant impact.
Okay, and the 12, could you describe them? I gather they're safety hazards, are they not?
Some are, through you, Mr. Mayor, some are visual hazards, some are safety hazards. Some end up they're interfering with utilities, so they're not really a safety or a visual hazard, but they're interfering with utilities that are within the road allowance.
Okay, and in some of the bylaws, we refer to a complaint being vexatious or frivolous. Would we have the same type of language?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as I stated previously, this bylaw, the way it's set up, is if we get a complaint, we'll investigate the complaint. If we determine that it's frivolous or vexatious, then what we do at the end of it is we give the resident a letter that says we recognize this in the boulevard. It's not a safety issue. It's not a hazard to the city. You are permitted to have it there. So it takes away the ability for that complaint to proceed if it's a frivolous complaint.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Anyone else around the table in Council Chambers? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I'll turn it over to the clerk for the vote. We do have a mover and a seconder, I believe.
Correct. We have Councillor Phillips moving and Councillor Townsend seconding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes?
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's approved.
Okay, we go on to 7.2, which is what we're all anticipating is going to be an amazing beach season here in St. Catharines. So we want to get this on the docket as early as possible so that we can start bringing those rays of sunshines to our city. And that's the notice of the 2022 City of St. Catharines Beach Strategy and amendments for rates and fees, which has been published in accordance with the city's notice bylaw. The meeting will proceed as follows, as this is a public meeting. Executive Administrator for the CAO's office, Trish Sorrenti, will explain the proposal. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. Items received have been added to the Council Sugar Sync folder. The public will have an opportunity to speak on the proposal. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak on the item were advised to RSVP with the Office of the City Clerk by 9 a.m. today. In order to speak, we have one individual who has requested to speak, and that's Mr. Dave Duraco. Staff will respond to any questions, and the council meeting will be closed. Once the council meeting has been closed, then we'll turn it over to council for discussion with staff. So the public meeting is now open, and I will turn it over to Ms. Sorrenti for her presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Senzik, and thank you, members of council and the public. Give me 1 second here. So thank you, everyone. Tonight we bring to you the non-resident beaches parking lot passes and amendments to the rates and fees bylaw. There are 5 key recommendations contained in this report. Residential parking permits from May to September at Sunset Beach and Lakeside Park be set at an annual rate of $15 per vehicle permit. A commercial overnight parking permit for $20 per 24 hours to allow for commercial and overnight business. A full-time staff complement be added to the 2023 parking budget to manage the new resident parking permit platform, future vision of the parking management, and increase screening appointments. A non-resident boat launch permit set at $100 with a $20 replacement fee. Staff report back to council before 2023 beach season about the success of the 2022 strategy. The recommendations before you stemmed from the results of the 2021 City Beaches strategy, which were presented to council at the January 17th, 2022 meeting. I will now provide council and members of the public with background on where these recommendations stemmed from. Staff reported that providing free beach parking permits to residents in a short turnaround time with no additional resources proved to be a challenge for staff as well as our residents. The internal solution was inefficient, not economically or environmentally friendly, and was not sustainable for the 2022 beach season. A total of 14,607 people applied for online beach parking permits, and 500 people mailed in applications for a permit. City staff manually issued approximately 13,800 permits out of the total received. Just within the first 2 days of implementation, 4,485 resident parking pass applications were received by staff. Without proper software, staff were individually checking proof of residency through email and Excel spreadsheets. Permits were printed in-house and hand-stuffed because we had no ability for proper equipment to align proper permit and resident addresses. The illustration before you shows the elongated, inefficient process that staff were dealt with. It was not ideal for us nor our residents. Implementing resident beach parking permits in 2021 was equivalent to approximately 2 full-time positions. The city had to temporarily utilize staff members from other areas in the interim to assist with the sudden administrative workload, which at high volume times included up to 20 city staff members involved in the overall process. Recognizing that the city was not resourced or equipped to verify and distribute a large volume of parking permits, staff initiated an expression of interest process to collect solutions from vendors on how to properly manage large volumes of parking permits and identify permits for enforcement purposes. Based on the submissions and presentations provided by the vendors, city staff have agreed to launch a 2022 pilot project on digital residential beach parking permits through Ticket Tracer, Blinkay Parking Solutions. This module is designed to make parking enforcement at beaches more manageable, efficient, and less resource intensive than last year's print and mail solution. The web-based parking permit approach includes a public portal that will allow residents to apply for and manage their permits online. This process is simple and can be broken down into 6 easy steps. The resident completes an online profile and provides their name, address, and contact information. The resident will provide the city with proof of residency, which will be their tax roll and vehicle registration or a current utility bill. This will be dependent on whether they own their property or are a tenant. The resident provides their vehicle information, their plate, and can even include a nickname, something like Mom's Minivan. Residents will select the beach's permit. They will then click Apply and proceed to a checkout via credit card. The permit will display under review while staff review it and approve or deny based on the information that has been provided. This process is estimated to take approximately 5 business days, depending on the volume in the queue. This is a considerable difference to the 10 business days last year, and once the permit is approved, residents are notified via email. They can pack their swimsuits and beach balls because the permit is live and ready to go. Rules and regulations for resident parking permits remain the same as 2021. They are limited to a maximum of 2 vehicle parking permits per household, and you must live at the address. And only 1 account can be registered for each residence to limit duplication and abuse of permits. The parking permit does not guarantee a parking spot. If a resident purchases 2 parking permits, 1 for each vehicle at $15 per vehicle, both vehicles cannot be in the beach parking lots at the same time, as this would be considered a share violation. This method leaves spaces open for other patrons. As an example, if a family of 4 drivers live in one household, 2 parents and 2 teenagers, there's only the ability to have 2 vehicle permits, and they cannot be in either lot at the same time. The program for 2022 will cost approximately $112,371, but the $15 annual administrative fee is being recommended to offset this cost of the new platform and the additional staff member needed to manage this program. But it is a new and more efficient parking program for our residents. Accessing city beaches remains free to everyone. For that nominal cost of $15, residents will receive the benefit of parking at city beach lots for the full 153 days or 1,836 hours of when the beach strategy parking provisions are in place. Additionally, residents are not subject to the 3-hour maximum. This $15 works out to less than 1 cent per hour. If residents were to pay the $3 per hour rate that the city charges non-residents, it would cost them $5,508. So what does this administrative fee compare to? It compares to 1 week's worth of coffee, 3 days if you go to Starbucks, 1 lunch, and 1 single movie ticket, just to name a few. Looking at other municipalities that have beaches, the recommendations being brought forward tonight are reasonable. Neighboring municipality Fort Erie charges $10 per resident to access the beach in addition to the $4 per hour of parking fees. That means a family of 4 could be charged up to $40 for the season just to access the beach. Many other municipalities charge for parking or a pass to access the beaches for both residents and non-residents. In summary, the needs of our city beaches are changing. Staff would like to support those needs while still providing a benefit to our residents of the city of St. Catharines. The recommendations found in this report provide a healthy balance of benefit to the residents while still encouraging active transportation, carpooling, and transit to access city beaches. Implementing digital parking permits for residents through a web-based platform allows for a more efficient and environmentally friendly solution and better supports our staff and our residents. The $15 administration fee for residents to park at city beaches with no time limits is very reasonable benefit compared to the $3 per hour for non-residents. Having a $20 24-hour commercial overnight permit allows staff to use discretion on requests to allow for overnight guests in lots or to be utilized for things such as filming permits and events of municipal significance when the 3-hour maximum is not efficient to conduct business. The report also contains information from the St. Catharines Transit Commission regarding providing patrons with a family pass at a discounted rate of $3 in comparison to the usual $8 on Saturdays and Sundays. This pass could be offered through the transit app as an incentive to use transit to commute to city beaches. It is estimated it would be a $12,500 per month loss in revenue that transit had not accounted for in their 2022 budget. Recognizing there is the upcoming transfer of St. Catharines Transit Commission to the Niagara Regional Transit and that the financial impact wasn't accounted for, this implementation of this incentive would require approval from St. Catharines Transit Commission and could only be implemented for 2022. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sorrenti, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now go to the only speaker who is registered to speak, and that's Mr. Dave Duraco. And again, got 5 minutes, Mr. Duraco, to provide your remarks. And then if there's questions of the speaker, then we'll have your hands go up. After the speaking has taken place, we will then close the public meeting and have staff take questions from council. So, Mr. Duraco, if you're able to turn on your video and mic, I'm turning it over to you.
Everyone, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Over to you.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you're feeling better. And fellow council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My concerns are related to Sunset Beach when it comes to the impact of the amendments before council tonight, as the Lakeside has its own advocates. The corporate report issued in January and the more recent amendments to rates and fees report provides insights into the impact of the city's beach strategy, which was crafted in reaction to the unprecedented events in 2020, primarily because of slow response to closing beaches early in the pandemic. The council response in 2021 included implementation of a system that was, according to your own report, inefficient, not economically or environmentally friendly, and not sustainable. In other words, it was a bad plan. It was also a knee-jerk response to a unique set of circumstances that no longer exist, brought on by the 2020 COVID crisis, when our beaches were the only ones open and overrun. Here's why the proposed plan to implement fees for parking is also a bad plan. If you're truly committed to building a compassionate city, you don't implement policies that add extra fees to lower income residents trying to enjoy parks. The beaches are parks. Much like Short Hills, Malcolmson, Burgoyne Woods, or Happy Rolfs, each with seasonal high use May to September periods, similar to Sunset Beach, and yet all offering free parking for residents. In a time when mental health is a predominant topic, the waterfront is a place of mental solace. Why apply a parking premium to all those who can't simply walk there? We all understand that fees and taxes pay for upkeep and the beach remains free, but establishing parking fees sets a bad precedent, especially given the fact there's no indication of a cap. The report is suggesting $30 for 2 passes that last year were free. What will it be next year? The report suggests this plan provides a scalable solution so the city can control the number of permits allowed to be sold online per parking lot. That sets the system up as a first come, first served limited availability pass program designed to control numbers. And yet, what are these arbitrary numbers we keep being told need controlling? The report mentions restricting crowds at sunset, but never has a number been presented on sunset capacity. Is it cars in the lot? Is it people on the sand, people on the grass, or both? Is it in relation to capacity during COVID measures, which in all likelihood are not relevant this year? Are all these measures designed to restrict out-of-town vehicles? Who knows? The plan suggests staff will review all permits active in the system to help set rates for the next fiscal year. Given how quickly we've gone from free to potentially 30, we can assume those rates won't be going down if implemented this year. The amended report suggests the parking fee is, quote, reasonable and beneficial to residents because it provides 153 days of parking during times when provisions are in effect. It is truly Orwellian for a government to try and convince its citizens of the benefits of paying for something that has been historically free. There are flaws in these recommended amendments. If a household has 2 passes, both can't be used at the same time, making one unusable if household members want to go to different beaches at the same time, or at least that's my understanding. The goal there is to encourage use of active transport, which is great in theory. Try telling someone who lives in Western Hill with 3 kids under age 6 to load onto a bus with snacks, towels, and more, as my niece would have to do. The parking fee may not seem high to council members, who I'm sure are all using active transport to get to future in-person council meetings, but as one of the many residents paying astronomical rent, an additional fee to park is hardly compassionate to her. In conclusion, if fees are inevitable, then council should transparently commit to a long-term cap. Better yet, commit to channeling those revenues into building a new public boat launch. Contrary to the social media comments of Councillor Porter, a free boat launch is not about subsidizing rich yacht owners. It's about providing a necessary service. Although I am not a boater, I would suggest there are many small craft owners and recreational watercraft users in the city, as there are pickleball players, and yet we build new seasonal use pickleball courts while possibly eliminating the one free access point to the water. Sorry, one last line here. It is absolutely inconceivable that a city built on a Great Lake with a ribbon of the H2O highway flowing through its city limits does not think it necessary to keep access to Lake Ontario free to its citizens. It's not about who can afford a boat. It's about ensuring our shoreline isn't completely privatized, monetized, and restricted. If parking fees are approved, then please consider channeling a portion of those dollars into providing local residents a launch they can use to access the lake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Duraco. We got questions from councilors. Councillor Townsend, question to the delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Duraco, for your presentation tonight. It's great to have you here. My question to you is, as we look across every Ontario municipality and any municipality across Canada of a city of our size, they charge for things like parking. From what I'm understanding from your presentation, you're suggesting that parking should be free. The city should not be looking at generating revenue to invest in things like new sand, new washrooms, more lifeguards, more staff, a new boat launch. What is your, I guess, idea of what the city should do?
Well, given the choice of paying for something or not, why you would always choose not paying. But I'm not suggesting that parking is not a great revenue generator. I'm suggesting that doing it in parks, which are really the last free sort of bit of, facilities provided to residents in the city of St. Catharines. So the beach is no different than any of those other parks I mentioned, and yet we seem to want to, raise revenues on the backs of beachgoers. It's a 4-month window. It's only used on days then where it's sun, and last year on days when it was super sunny, the beach was half empty because it was too hot. I just see the beach as a park, as do many of us down here, and implementing parking fees without a cap certainly is just a bad idea.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, just so I fully understand, your suggestion would be that we should be the only municipality of our size in Ontario to not have paid parking.
Imagine playing that leadership role for other municipalities. My dad always used to say, if somebody told you to go jump off a pier, usually Port Weller Pier, would you do it? I totally understand other municipalities have raised revenues through parking, but very rarely is there a ceiling on those. I look at some friends who had access to Bomb Beach in Midland, where prices kept going up, up, up. We mentioned $15 a pass, 30 for 2 that last year didn't cost anything. I don't see a long-term cap in the plan, but I do suggest that if fees are inevitable, that we do put them towards a boat ramp.
Okay, thank you for that. And I will just leave with this. I was able to attend Barrie Beach last year to see what their city does with their beach. Wasaga Beach, I went up there to see what they do in Wasaga Beach. I've done Salvo Beach, just to get an idea of what those communities' beach strategies are. And the one that stands out to me is Barrie Beach. I was there for 3 hours and it cost me $50 to park for 3 hours. So, the $15 that the city is asking might not be, I get that, if you have 2 cars, the $30 could be a little bit much, but again, it's when you compare St. Catharines, as we just saw in the presentation, it's I think it's very attainable. But again, thank you, Mr. Duraco, for your presentation and for coming in tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia of the delegate. Unmute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the question to Mr. Duraco. I fully understand and appreciate your concern about charging when we never have charged before. But do you have any objection to charging parking to non-residents?
No, and that's what last year's initiative seemed to be all about, which is why it was free to city residents. You could have predicted exactly this scenario this year, that as soon as that kind of infrastructure is in place, that it's going to fall on the backs of the residents as well. And I'm speaking tonight as a citizen, but I know the group that I represent has strong opinions about that. I'm here representing myself primarily because in my role, in my day job, I see access to waterfront dwindling all across the country. I travel a lot with my job, and the waterfront in St. Catharines is very special and precious. We're very lucky to have these beaches. And they're parks. And I don't like to associate fees with park use unless those parks are ball diamonds and soccer field where there's substantial revenue being generated. The Sunset Beach is as passive a park as Malcolmson or Burgoyne Woods, where no parking fees are charged. There's no parking fees. I know I wasn't going to bring this up tonight because I know it's probably giving people ideas. And I certainly don't want, fees in those parks as well. I just don't think that Sunset Beach or Lakeside as well are any different than any other park, and they should be free.
Thank you for that, Mr. DeRocco. And Mr. Mayor, just some clarification for my colleagues. Councillor Townsend makes a good point about cities our size, but I also want to point out, because the chart that was shown, comparator was there very briefly, that the 3 townships or cities in Niagara that have shoreline on Lake Ontario, being St. Catharines, Port Colborne, and Wainfleet, do not have fees so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, are you suggesting basically that we go back to what we had before? As you know, we had a lot of parking problems in Port. Was that an anomaly? Is that all done with? And are you saying that we don't need to have anybody at the gate now checking addresses or anything? Just let them come in, park, and hopefully they'll get a spot?
I personally do think it was an anomaly. Last year was certainly not as bad as 2020 was a perfect storm of COVID and chaos and all kinds of social media. We were the benefactors of unwanted social media. I look at previous years when there was a ball hockey rink there and tournaments all summer. There was never any problem in terms of parking. Yes, the beach is more popular now, but I do believe that parking fees will again push parking back out into the neighborhood, which as a result of 2020 has also been reduced. I know I can't park in front of my house now, a house I've lived in since I was a boy, and that creates issues with neighbors. I know so many lots down here, 30-foot, 40-foot lots, they don't have big driveways, so they're taking up spots traditionally reserved for neighbors across the street. That creates a bit of animosity. So you put parking fees on top and those cars come out in these small neighborhoods. Again, it's a 4-month problem, and that's only on days when it's nice. Last year with rain and heat, I went down the beach several times on the hottest days and it was half empty. So my biggest concern as a citizen is just applying fees to parks. And I know other municipalities generate fees, but that doesn't mean we have to. I go back to that word compassionate city. I believe in the term, and I believe the mayor and council are sincere in trying to establish that kind of community. But as soon as you start charging for park use and user fees for amenities like that, I just think the compassion is all gone when that happens. I do understand the benefit of taxation and some things have to be paid for. I think that at Sunset Beach, when the lot's finally done and you've got, parking staff, in the last 2 years, it was really more about enforcement and not about issues.
So you're saying free parking for everyone, and we can probably pull out the parking on one side of the street signs too. That's not a concern. So basically what you're suggesting is we go back to the 2018, 2017 situation and go from there.
I never saw any. I've been down here, as you know, Bill, most of my life. I've never seen anything like 2020. It was a perfect storm. But prior to that, in the late 70s and early 80s, the beach was way busier. It was never an issue. I just don't think the fees to park, unless you get pretty specific. Like if you're going to replace that boat ramp, and I hate to conflate the issues, but I'm very passionate about having free access for boaters to the lake. I mean, Lake Ontario is a great natural playground. We're built on a great lake, and yet for some reason there are those who think that we shouldn't provide even small watercraft free access to the water. So if you're going to implement parking with a purpose, parking fees to build that dock and then pull them back, the Garden City Skyway once had tolls on it.
Yes, I remember that a long time ago. Are you suggesting we may, do you feel that we still need security hired to monitor the beach?
Well, that's a different question. I mean, are there bad behaviors? Absolutely. Do you control them through fees? I don't think so. We tried to deal with a lot of bad behavior the wrong way. I mean, having police patrols where people go are a good idea. They're not always there when incidents happen, of course. I think a lot of the complaints that some people had, having witnessed it myself, I spent a lot of time at the beach living next door to it, that some people just don't like it when other people are having fun that they don't particularly agree with. That could be music in a ghetto blaster, or sorry for that term, music box, playing sports and things on the beach when somebody might want to come and just sit there and read a book. So there's always natural conflict in it. A beach, I will acknowledge, is a little bit different than going to Burgoyne Woods and reading a book in a quiet space. But again, I did not see the kind of poor behavior on a consistent basis that people would have you believe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Duraco. Dave, you are the only presenter here tonight, and I don't know about other councillors, but I've heard from very few people about this issue. I had asked about public outreach and consultation to let people be aware of this plan. Is it your sense whether there's awareness out in the community that this is happening, or what would you say to that?
I would say no. When I did post a link with the report on the Port Weller Residents Association Facebook page, I got a lot of comments of people who didn't know it was coming. We always try and share information in a timely fashion when we get it. So no, I truly don't think that people know this is coming. The comments on the page in relation to the report were all anti-parking fees, except one. I did reach out to that individual to ask what was the basis of the opinion in a sincere way, but I didn't hear back. So I can't really present that information.
Okay, and your other argument, one of your arguments is around the fees creating a financial impediment, particularly for people with those who have some financial challenges. You see that as a compassionate one. And I guess you got to balance that off with trying to get people to seek alternative transportation modes other than the cars. I mean, and I guess your argument to that would be that we're not doing that at other parks. So why are we targeting beaches, or what are your thoughts there?
That's my primary argument in comparison. The beaches are parks. So why are they special? Why does Sunset Beach deserve a premium parking fee? I know the view to the west is beautiful in the evening, but if you turn around 180 degrees, there's a sewage plant and two mountains of aggregate on the pier. So it's not, we're not paying a premium solely for the beauty of the area. I'm being somewhat sarcastic there, but it really does get down that it's a park. It's a park with a limited use that people look forward to for a very short period of time. and it's only based on weather cooperation on a rainy summer like we had prior to 2020 when the beach was flooded, and they were trying to establish the volleyball academy down there. There was no room on the beach for people, and there was not an issue in the neighborhood with parking or bad behavior or else. So I just see, I don't understand why we look at this particular park any different than any of the others.
Okay, so you've had a long history at Municipal Beach. In terms of, I mean, before the current regime with enforcement last couple of years, was there, I mean, other than occasional people going down to do some submarine watching, was there an issue with long-term parking or overnight parking to your recollection?
No, there wasn't. I mean, certainly not on the street. There was a lot of transient where since the name change, that has been the most significant change in terms of traffic flow into the neighborhood. What normally happened was people prior to sunset would come down, park, grab their spot, watch the sun drop, and leave the park. So to me, and that was, again, the most significant change in behavior in the park that I've seen in all my years down here.
Thank you.
So inside the horseshoe, does anyone have any questions? Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Duraco, for your presentation. I do enjoy our engagement on social media on this issue. I think we both hold strong beliefs. I'm just wondering if you read or followed the recent release of the IPCC reports, the intergovernmental reports on climate change and what we need to do, I guess everyone in the entire world and especially leaders, what we need to do to reduce emissions.
I'm not sure if you're aware, I work for the Canadian Wildlife Federation, so I'm very aware of climate change policy.
So that's an organization of fishermen and hunters. But I'm asking you if you read the IPCC reports and what we need to do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
No, I have not read that particular report, but I read all kinds of information on climate change, as our organization is not simply hunters and fishers.
When I look at some of the reports and read information from places like the Sierra Club, it says that about 30% of all motor vehicle use is for, this is greenhouse gas emitting motor vehicle use. It's for social and recreational purposes. And if we made some changes and perhaps incentivize different types of recreation, or perhaps incentivize people to carpool, incentivize more electric vehicles, including electric motorboats. Do you think that that's something the city should be trying to encourage?
Well, I think I only have to look at car manufacturers like Toyota that are going 100% electric. That change is already coming. So I don't know if you drove today a car anywhere. I recognize the idealistic intent of getting people to use active transport as much as they can. If the entire Sunset Beach parking lot was full of electric cars, I would still suggest that they park there for free.
And that we would have to provide the electricity then, to, like charging stations.
Well, that's going to have to be something that all cities deal with as we move to electric, how they deal with those situations.
Right, and it's going to cost us money. And I guess my final thought, I do have an amendment coming related to the boat launch, and I actually do have a boat. And I think it's fair that boat owners pay for that type of recreation. Boat owners are typically middle-class people who can afford cars. They're not usually lower-income people making minimum wage, or people on Ontario Works and ODSP who can't afford a car. There's definitely a cost to owning a boat, and real estate near the beach, like for parking, is prime real estate. And I'm just wondering, I guess we have a difference of opinion. I just want to hear from you why you think it would be fair for non-boat owners to pay for the renewal of a boat launch for somebody like me instead of me myself through fees.
I don't have children in school, but I pay school taxes. I think you and I have a difference of opinion. It's not about the affordability or the capacity to be able to afford a boat. It's the principle about maintaining free access to the Great Lakes. We are a city built on a Great Lake, and yet we don't see the wisdom in this current council and maybe previous of maintaining free access to that fantastic waterway, and not only Lake Ontario but beyond. I don't understand how you don't understand why it should be free and why we should provide that service. I didn't know you were a boat owner, but I'm glad you are. You certainly have an opinion and a willingness to pay, but you know, I just really think that access to water, if you walk around the entire perimeter of Lake Ontario and see how limited public access to water, which I believe is a human right, we're built on hewers of wood and whatever that saying is, the waterways are in our DNA in this country, and shutting off that boat launch and not replacing it eliminates access for boaters. They have to go to the marinas and pay. And, you know, like I said earlier, you don't have to pay for pickleball. Tennis is kind of an elitist sport. You don't have to pay for tennis. But somehow we don't think providing access to the water is the right thing to do. I will always disagree with that.
Okay, thanks very much. I guess we disagree. I see a difference between my taxes paying for education versus paying for me launching a small sailboat into the water or a jet ski.
Well, then I'll say taxes for tennis and pickleball.
Okay, that's fair. But just to be clear, you can launch lots of different types of boats into the water that aren't greenhouse gas emitting boats or kayaks and things like that. There is lots of public access. Perhaps you and I could agree on maybe being a little more radical in our thinking that perhaps we need to start expropriating waterfront property. So I think that's something we could all get behind. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for coming to council.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, through the mayor, and thanks, Mr. Duraco, for the presentation and the insight. I did find, I think we're using the word free a lot when we're really talking about fare free. Of course, it's not actually free because we have to repave the parking lot and redo the roads and everything the cars use, and that gets paid for by someone. But your comments around fairness and low-income people, I thought was interesting, because my reading of the situation is that most low-income people in the city most people in the city never go to Sunset Beach. I think would be fair to say not every single person in the city uses it, and they certainly don't park there, and yet are still paying for the fare-free parking there through their rent or through their property tax, however it is. I mean, do you see that as maybe an issue that's unfair to low-income people who are not using the beach?
Well, I mean, the taxes have to be allocated to where they are or where they're needed. I fully understand that. I look at my niece as a great example. Wonderful young woman, married, 3 kids under 6, struggling to pay for rent, just been told that her landlord's selling the house, loves to go to the beach. To catch a bus from Western Hill to either beach would be a chaotic nightmare for parents of any kind. So I just think any time we add extra fees, they just pile up. Is $30 a lot? No, 15 individually. I saw the comparison to Starbucks. You can go to Niagara Falls and pay $30 for 2 hours on Clifton Hill, and absolutely you get a whole 4 months of parking. I just still think that optically it's the wrong way to go, because the beaches are parks. you know, if what you read between the lines is we should charge for all parks, please don't take that away, because that's not what I'm saying. As revenue streams, I know this city, as I've been more involved, I guess, in my community, I will say, I certainly understand the difficulty councils have to make when it comes to allocating funds. I sit on the Arts Committee and often wonder why we only have the amount we do to distribute to arts groups when shaving $1 million off the bloated firefighter budget might do wonders for the arts community. So I understand that, you know, money has to go where it is needed. I just still will always believe that parks, we should do everything in our capacity. Parks, you know, are a great way to connect with nature. They're a great way to relax, toss a frisbee, read a book, and not have, I guess, user fees. Obviously, maintenance through taxation is there. It's not free. I get that, but it's just optically for people to go enjoy a park. I just don't agree with the parking fees.
Okay, I think the first victim of a fire after we slash the budget might disagree with that. But are you concerned at all about the proliferation of free parking as an environmental issue? You know, we're incentivizing and subsidizing car usage over something, maybe like public transit, which is, you know, that's like a literal decision that we make as a city.
Yeah, listen, I deal with this all the time through the job. I'm very aware of the issues. The city of St. Catharines is not going to solve climate change if people are driving cars to a beach. You know, yes, do we need to perhaps take a look at the future? To Councillor Porter's, I think we would be much aligned in our thoughts on what the future might look like. But cars are more efficient than they ever were. Electric cars, hybrid cars, they're all out there now. E-bikes, there's all kinds of solutions that weren't there 20 years ago. So we're not going to solve those issues, you know, in the parking lots of Lakeside Beach and Sunset Beach.
I agree with you on that. I think maybe we might lose a little bit of credibility in the community if we declare a climate emergency and then maybe don't take the steps to address it. And you're right, of course, we're not reversing climate change in this room on our own. But I think we have to be genuine in our beliefs and our principles. So that's it for me. So thank you, Mr. Duraco. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the question.
Any other questions around the horseshoe? Seeing no other further hands. Mr. Duraco, I'll just ask a quick question. In terms of if we were to go down this road that we're going down right now with the staff report, would you be supportive of ensuring that allocation of any excess funds be directed back into the asset, more than just the public boat ramp, but also things like shoreline protection, and to try and bring the beach back to a more naturalized self as well, which is going to cost a considerable amount of money? Are you okay if that's where the funds would be redirected towards?
Yeah, it's very purposeful allocation of the fees. And I think the Garden City Skyway example is a great analogy of how you can implement fees for a purpose and then, you know, hopefully rescind them when you've got your money's worth, so to speak. So
yeah, and it may take years, but it's something that I think we've been woefully inadequate for. When we look at some of these natural assets, we're not investing in them like we should be, and that's an area where if we do get additional dollars, that I think we can build a strong plan to rehabilitate that beachfront as well, that bring it back to even beyond where it used to be, but into something more naturalized. So I think there is some alignment there. I appreciate what you're saying, though, and you have presented very well tonight, so I appreciate that. Okay, so we have no other presenters speaking, so I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Miller and seconded by Councillor Garcia, all in favor of closing the public meeting. So the public meeting is now closed. That's the bang. And then we move on to what would be the council questions of staff. If we can have council's directing their questions to Ms. Sorrenti, that'd be appreciated. And then other staff will jump in if there's areas that need further explanation. So Councillor Townsend. And the motion's not on the floor yet. So this is just, if I can ask for just questions of clarification, and then we'll get the motion on the floor, and then we'll focus just on the motion. For now, if we can just, instead of giving your opinion about the report, if you can ask specific questions, and then we'll put the motion on the floor, if we could do it that way. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, my question is, I have a few questions here. One of them is in regards to the overnight parking. So I wanted to make sure I'm understanding this. A commercial business, for example, in Port Dalhousie would have to pay, or their guest or their clientele, for example, would have to pay $20 for 24 hours of parking. So the 24 hours, that would be including the day and overnight. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the intent of that is to help with overnight parking. But in additionally, what we had experienced last year is we had a couple film permit requests as well, where the 3 hours just was not accommodating the work that needed to be done at the beach. So when we think about what we charge for parking, we charge from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., which is 12 hours at $3 per hour, which is $36. What this permit would allow us to do is to give 24 hours. And the reason why we would say 24 hours would be, so if you got to the beach at 9 a.m. and you left at 9 a.m. the next day, it gives you, although it's an overnight, it gives you that 12 hours, which would normally be $36 at a rate of $20 flat.
Okay, and my question in regards to that is, will the city be working with local businesses? I know there is an inn that is in Port Dalhousie. Will the city be working with them to provide some type of pass for their guests that are staying? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, what this any member that would need an accommodation if they were staying overnight would apply, and I don't want to apply, pay for a permit like this, and it would be done through the portal if it was to be approved by council, and it gives them that discounted rate and negates that 3 hour maximum.
Okay, so by eliminating overnight parking, I guess one of the concerns here is anyone who may be going to the restaurants in, say, Port Dalhousie. You don't really want to encourage them to drive. So by incorporating this overnight fee, if someone is from out of town, they can pay the $20 and ensure that their vehicle will not be ticketed or towed, correct?
Yes, so we only enforce until 9 p.m. and then 9 a.m. in the next morning as well. So if, resident or non-resident was to for whatever reason needed to leave their car overnight, at this time there are no parking provisions that would cause us to have to ticket that vehicle.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, I understand that we're switching our system, which is that's fantastic that they're switching to a newer system where people will be able to get their parking passes instantaneously within 5 business days. How do we ensure that, and it did happen last year where some people were able to make copies of the parking pass and have friends and other family members use that parking pass. How are we monitoring that and ensuring that someone is simply not just printing off a number of these parking passes and handing them out to friends and family members?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the beauty of this is your license plate is the permit. So what we have been working with the vendor is actually having our tax rolls inputted into the system so that you as the owner would need to know your tax roll and the proper name in order to get a permit. You would also have to provide proof. So that's your sort of step 1 of proof of ownership. Step 2 would be to provide a vehicle registration, which staff would be reviewing to see if you were approved or not. This would allow, and then there's only 2 per resident household. So there would be no ability to duplicate because there isn't technically a physical permit. Your license plate is that permit. And we on our end are going to be reviewing the residency to ensure you are a City of St. Catharines resident. For tenants, obviously our first method would always be to have a vehicle registration registered to the St. Catharines address, but we are aware that there are residents, especially our Brock students, who do have vehicles that are not registered to a St. Catharines address. We would require something like a lease of their tenancy or a utility bill that shows that they are a resident of the City of St. Catharines.
Okay, thank you for that. My final question is just to understand this process. So someone won't be putting an actual tag on their car. So if I'm a parking enforcement worker for the city, I simply key in the license plate and it will tell me if that person has a pass for the season.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the brilliance about this is we don't even have to do that. And hopefully if all goes well, it will be a scan application that is going to be installed on our already current hardware where you would just hold it up to the license plate and it's going to say it's valid or not.
Thank you for that. That's good to hear. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Phillips. Then Councillor Littleton's inside the horseshoe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Trish, the person who is driving the car would not have a hard copy to show if something happened that the scanner wasn't working, or I don't know what the problem would be, but they won't have a hard copy to prove that that they paid their fee, right? Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Mr. Duraco talked about if it's brought forward, the fee structure, after the $112,000 fee paid to this corporation that's going to run this for us, any surplus money, can it be put into a reserve for each of the beaches? Or does it have to go to the parking reserve fund?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you, I would like to defer to Adam Smith to answer this question.
Thank you.
Okay, so through the mayor, based on the current parking reserve, this would the funds would stay within the parking reserve. I will note that the mayor has already requested a report on the parking reserve, its history and kind of how it's utilized, which is to come to the next budget standing committee meeting in May. So I know that is something that will be further discussed in the fairly near future.
I don't know whether this should be referred to legal, or Adam, whether you can answer this, but if I was to make an amendment indicating that any extra funds would be directed to a beach reserve fund, is that legal to do that?
So through the mayor, I don't think it would be illegal. I'm not, may have to refer to the city solicitor for that. It's a council policy, and I believe council has the ability to override policy. I would suggest that it's something that should be looked at in whole, rather than looking specifically just at one piece. So if we have any excess revenue here, we're talking specifically about the administrative fees that are intended to be cost recovery for one piece of the beach strategy. The beach strategy also includes the metered fees for non-resident parking fees, security, parking enforcement, and park operations. So my suggestion would be that we want to look at everything in totality before making a decision on how we move forward with applying to the parking reserve or creating new reserves and allocating funds there.
Okay. I just have a hard time. I mean, any excess funds going into a parking reserve, then it gets lost into a parking reserve and we end up paving a parking lot somewhere else when the money has been gleaned from our beaches, when the beaches are, as the mayor said, both sites are in need of remediation in various aspects, and to take the money away from that to pave a park in the south end when, you know, it would be done anyways, to me, it doesn't make sense. Adam, perhaps to you also, if we reduce the fee from $15 a car down to $10, what impact would that have? To me, it's easier. I mean, we're reducing it by a third. Are we going to would we be covering our costs? I guess it depends on how many permits we're going to be selling, right? But
through you, Mr. Mayor, are you okay if I answer the question, Councillor Phillips?
I sure am.
Okay. Yeah. So we've done a couple different scenarios because, you know, we brought $15 on a whim. We did calculations. I mean, it would be, you're correct. It would be very dependent on how many permits we sold. Anticipating we sell the same at about 10,000, it would be a loss of about $2,000.
Okay.
Mind you, I do, you know, want council to be mindful and aware. You know, one of the things when you do lower the fee, you have to also anticipate the increase in volume where people are going to say, $10, I'll take 2, and not even blink an eye. Understanding that creates a bottleneck in the system for, you know, people who do use the passes. And also we still do have to pay that additional $2.50 per permit for 2022 and $3 for 2023. And we do still have to pay our credit card fees for any additional costs as well.
Are we locked in? Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Oh, which could be anywhere from, you know, 4% to 6%, very dependent on the credit card.
If we go with this company, are we locked in for 2 years?
For this company, it would be for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. It is a good report. You did a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
Councillor Littleton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Sorrenti. I guess the first question would be, I'm assuming the reason for the cost of the pass is because it cost a significant amount of money through staff time, and that's what we were talking about, right? So we need to recoup that cost. So in order to provide a pass for residents so that they don't have to pay $3 per hour at the meters, this is the best solution. Is that the bottom line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is exactly it.
So thank you for finding a solution that is not only going to be overburdening the system, for example, that we need to hire, say, 5 more people to hand out free passes, plus the postage, which is $1 an envelope, which is a significant cost to the city. So thank you for finding a way through that we wouldn't have to raise taxes because we would have to hire someone. My second question that was on page 5, we are talking about the tenants. I think I just want to get some clarification about this. So I see that tenants, I understand what you're saying about they can provide tenancy through their lease or some other way. What happens though if the landlord goes online with the tax roll and gets a pass, and then the tenant tries to apply for a pass? Does the landlords get canceled out, or how are you going to deal with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is kind of one of the reasons why the administrative workload is so much, is because we want to be able to verify that. So the key here is making sure any owner has a vehicle registered to the city of St. Catharines. So if you do indeed own a property here, you should live in the city. And there's a couple different scenarios that we experienced last year. And I mean, we would hope that the owners would speak with the tenants, but understanding there are properties that are divided in 2 or 3. So as long as the tenants provide proof that they are a resident, they would be able to get their vehicle parking permits, and the owners would, as long as they live at that property. If they do not live at the property and own the property, they would be denied.
Okay, and I guess I just am not quite understanding, and I'm not saying that it's good or it's bad. I'm just asking a question about the commercial overnight fee. So I understand the 24-hour, this is actually going to save people if I go to the beach and I don't want to pay, $36. That's fair. I understand about the $20. But I guess my question is, because we did get an email from, the inn owner, which was referenced by Councillor Townsend. So is there a way that perhaps, I don't know how big the inn is, let's say there's 10 rooms, that we could allow them to have just 10 passes that give their guests opportunity? I don't know. I'm just looking, have we talked about this at all in the plan? And if so, how is that going to be dealt with, I suppose? So I guess for my question is then, I come to the city of St. Catharines, I stay at XYZ place, I have now extra charge of parking to pay, or do you understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple different things here. One, that lot is not the only lot that can be utilized. There is parking all over Port Dalhousie that could be utilized. So I just want to remind people that, this isn't the only lot. Guests do not have to park there. They can choose to park at a different lot, or they can choose to park at the metered areas or other areas. So the guests would have to pay the $20 if it was the will of council to change what would be applied to an accommodation. I don't want to specify the inn, but to the accommodation, that could be something that could be deferred to another meeting if we were to look at those options.
Okay, thank you. I think along that, I am thinking about that, because I agree that right now people have already booked for the summer, and so those rates, you can't put it in the parking. Like, I just went to Montreal, parking was $27 a night. I pay it, right? I went to Oshawa a couple weeks ago, it's in the cost. They charged me in Oshawa a parking overnight fee in the little Holiday Inn parking lot. So I'm just thinking even just a grandfather clause that comes into effect next year, maybe something like that we could work on. So that's just where I'm going with that. And then the last question I have is always talk about the boat launch, and this is on page 8, where it says, there were no questions were asked at this meeting that were held for Port Weller, but there was 3 residents had questions regarding the decommissioning of the boat launch. Is it being decommissioned? Like, I'm confused about this.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that was brought to council was to decommission the boat launch for 2023. That, however, councils did approve a motion for staff to come back to council with a report on the boat launch and the future of the boat launch. So as of now, until we have the report back to council, I mean, everything's good to go for 2022, assuming there's no major repairs. We do have $100,000 set aside, but the boat launch has outlived its life, beyond outlived its life. It needs to be replaced or removed. So that would be something that we can decide once that report comes back to council.
Okay, thank you so much. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the table where you have the cost and the revenues, you have a surplus of $46,000. Is that surplus based on the peak times that we had a year or two ago, or is it based on previous use? So my question is it overly optimistic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we came up with our revenues, we based it on 10,000 permits, and that was based on the fact that we had 15,000 requests last year. And, I think it was around 13,000 that were actually legitimate approved requests. We're thinking when you give something free, no different when you go to a ball game or, you know, and you get a free flag or anything that's free, you take it whether you need it or not. Having a fee associated to it may make people think about whether they really need to utilize that permit or not. So we lowered that to, we estimate that we're going to get about 10,000 requests at $15 because we don't anticipate, we're thinking if there is a fee associated it won't be so much of a free for all. So that's where that number stems from.
Okay, and the second question I have is you refer to the financial impact of the program on transit being $12,500 a year, and there's no allocation in the commission's budget for that. Now, are the results that you're presenting predicated on the commission giving that service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's $12,500 per month. So if it was to be implemented for the full beach strategy of May 1st to the end of September, it would actually be a cost of $62,500 in revenue loss to the transit. Our report financials do not reflect any type of decision based on transit, and that's mainly because with what's happening with transit being transferred over to the region, that decision has to come through the Transit Commission. And
okay.
And to be, you know, to be frank, and I know there's disagreement, but $15 is a very nominal fee for a whole season pass for one vehicle. And although we want to promote transit, I don't anticipate that if you have a car and you can spend $15 and go to the beach as much as you want, that you're still going to use transit.
Say that.
Okay, thank you. I find the report well presented and well argued. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. I'm not sure if it's Mr. Rentier who would like to answer the question. Back to the point that I made with Mr. Duraco, and my central concern is that just there's too few people that are aware that this proposal is even being discussed and voted on tonight. We know that rate hikes and new fees are never popular, but sometimes they are necessary. But as elected representatives, we sometimes have to face the music and have a responsibility to offer people the opportunity to know what's happening so they can have a voice in the decisions. We have numerous platforms to get messages out, and I've seen all kinds of posts and messages about other issues, and I specifically asked about what we were doing to make people aware of this issue. So my question is, and particularly in light of how few people seem to be engaged in this issue, and knowing how controversial it was a year ago, it seems like if people did know about this, we'd be hearing from a whole lot more people. So my question is, what did we do to make sure that the message got out that this was being debated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did have a couple posts go on our social media about the public meeting and the beach strategy being presented and delegates. We do know that the message did get out because we did receive emails. I actually received 2 on support of the strategy. Mr. Duraco shared tonight that he did advertise it on the Port Weller Association Facebook page. So we do know it's out at least to the Port Weller Association. So those are the means of how we share, and it is also on the website for any public meeting notice as well.
Thank you. Next question, through Mr. Mayor, is to Director Smith. When the Lakeside Park parking lot was repaved, it was, of course, after the piers were finished and after the flooding issues that we had, and it had to be done in some haste. But as I recall, there was some suggestions that we would include some landscaping and some green features in there eventually. Is there any targeting of this money to be used towards those kind of environmental amenities, or could this money be used in that direction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll take that question. So the parking lot at Sunset Beach is currently the money in the budget to look at environmentally sustainable solution for implementing a parking lot there. Whatever we learn from that design, we hope to implement at the Lakeside Park Beach. The paving that we did there was a I wouldn't call it in haste, but it was a paved job that we did that would hopefully extend the life of the parking lot for about 10 years, long enough for us to wait for the new development to be completed, as well as the regional works that are planned to go through that part of Port Dalhousie.
Okay, thank you. And this isn't a question of staff, but just a suggestion. If we're, in terms of the boat launch, maybe a possibility would be looking at, and I don't know if this is done in other places, but we limit it to non-motorized watercraft. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some great questions have been asked. I was asked a couple of questions actually today, and I haven't been able to get to staff, but was there any consideration given to, and I know that some people are, saying $15 isn't a lot of money for, the month, or like for the season or whatever, but some people that are on fixed income, and specifically seniors, was there any consideration given to possibly giving a discount to seniors? Or could there be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there was no consideration. I mean, our target when we were setting the fees was to try to get to, as close to break even as possible, but was also reasonable to run the program. I was part of that 20 staff last year, and I can tell you, I mean, when we say free, it was definitely not free to city staff. So I think if there was the consideration, that would be at the discretion of council, but it would be also something that we would have to verify they're indeed a senior.
Okay. And then earlier you alluded to 2022, 2023. If we were to do something like that, would there be a way of us, I mean, I guess we would save administration fees or whatnot, possibly, if we were to add a multi-year type of pass, could there be a discounted rate for that, or how could that work possibly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is just a pilot project for 2022. I think when we report back to council, and if it's successful, I do think it's something we can review. I mean, about either doing a 2-year pass for residents. What that would mean is we would pay, so next year for 2023, it's $3 that we would have to pay the vendor for the parking permit. But if we were to implement it for 2 years, we would be paying the $3, but only for 2 years. So we wouldn't be paying it again. We'd pay that $3 in 2023, and it would also include 2024. We wouldn't be paying $6. Is that answer your question, Councillor Dodge?
I think so. I think so. So, okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you to Trish again for a great report and lots of detail. I have 2 questions of her through you, Mr. Mayor. One of them is the report mentions that you and the CAO, I guess, and councilors presented the results of the 2021 beach strategy as well as the plans for 2022 to the Port Weller Residents Association in February, and that no question were asked regarding the beach strategy. Did you at that time share with the Port Weller Residents Association that you were proposing a $15 fee as opposed to free?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we weren't. We didn't have the fees at the time of what the vendor would be charging, and I think at that time we may still have been entertaining other proposals. What we had discussed with the Port Weller Association is looking at going through the EOI process and understanding the administrative workload of doing free through an Excel spreadsheet wasn't feasible, and that we were looking to do a digital permit, and the digital permit would take away the need to have paper and to have everything done electronically. And I mean, from what I experienced at the Port Weller meeting, everyone seemed pleased, and no one really had any questions about that. But as far as the $15 fee, no, we didn't have the rates at the time from the vendor.
Thank you for that. And my second question is, we have, when we look at the chart, we know that you're projecting cost of 112,000 or so, and that 10,000 permits at $15 you're saying would cover that. But my question to you is, when we reviewed the 2021 results, there was a very significant revenue generation from the fees that were charged to non-residents at the beach. Do you have an estimate of what that would be in 2022, and would it not more than cover that 112?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, in Appendix 2 that we provided at the January 17th meeting of council, we did a projection. We're not anticipating the same volume of revenues that we did last year from the non-residents. And we are expecting possibly a $58,000 surplus. So no, unfortunately, we don't anticipate that would cover the cost of the $112,000 permits.
Okay, thank you for that. And why do you not anticipate as much, just because of there's no pandemic? Is that, or I mean, we do have pandemic, of course.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, we think that things may likely change. We definitely never want to overestimate our revenues. And what we experienced last year, although we did, generate quite a bit of revenue, like Mr. Smith said, is we have to look at things holistically. Our expenses were also $122,000 over what we generated in revenue.
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just so you know, I have submitted amendments to the motion for later when it comes up.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, anyone else in the horseshoe? Okay, we got Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Sorrenti, I want to commend you on this report and the work that you've done all year on the beach strategy. It's a really great report. And I know that it's been quite a lot of work. I also want to commend the staff who were stuffing envelopes because we dropped something on them at the last minute. And it's not the type of thing that I think that we should be doing as a council. I think we got to set policy and start from the policy on up high and what we want to achieve, and not drop things at the last minute. So I just want to recognize how difficult that was on them and thank them for that. The $15 per car per household, I expect we'll get a couple of questions, and I think can you answer this? The purpose of this is to try and encourage people to carpool. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent is a couple things. One, to offset the cost, an administrative fee for the program, and yes, to encourage carpooling and to encourage active transportation. I mean, when we look at permits and offering $15 per vehicle, I know it raises a few eyebrows, and I understand, and I can appreciate the tough decisions that council has to make. But there is the option to only register one vehicle. So when you register only one vehicle, it makes you start thinking differently. So if I have a teenage child who's, wants to drive their, doesn't want to drive mom's minivan to the beach, but wants a park permit because they want to drive, I don't even know what a cool car is these days. Obviously not my Toyota Corolla, but want to drive their vehicle. It makes you start thinking differently and saying, okay, well, I have to, drop my other daughter off at swim lessons, so I'll drop you and your friends off at the beach. And so the intent is to carpool, absolutely. And that's always our goal in the end, is to try to encourage more active transportation. And for people that can walk to the beach or use other modes of transportation, and hopefully it does, change the way that they think about getting around our city.
Okay, thanks for that. So in the off chance, let's say you're hosting a birthday party and you just, at one point in the summer and a birthday in July, you had to take the two vehicles. The other vehicle could pay the $3 per hour, right? Just in those probably rare cases. Because you're saying if I register two vehicles, because there's a family that has two vehicles registered, they do, on the off chance, have to take two cars to the beach. They're not supposed to, but what they could do in that case is just pay at the meter.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, I do think that's fair and reasonable. My other thought is around the in parking. I get that maybe this was last minute for them, and at the end of the day, I don't believe the public, or the city should be providing free parking for like private hotels and businesses overnight. I think that's the wrong approach. I don't know, but I would be happy to maybe defer that so that it starts next year for them. But I don't know if that's possible to do. I'd be willing to entertain that, but we certainly, in principle, I feel like $20 is reasonable. Every time I stay at a hotel, I have to pay a parking fee everywhere, and what's proposed from the city is actually quite reasonable. And, you know, Port Dalhousie was originally built for mass transit, and I think that's what we need to be thinking about here. One last thought. I think the only thing that I found a little bit, I would have liked to seen written a little differently in the report is, like, you basically just described an environmental sustainability implication when you talked about like the carpooling, and it kind of doesn't lay that out. I actually think this is very much an environmental sustainability decision we have in front of us. So I guess this is just to, I believe that we don't often think about these reports as having an impact on the environment. And I just, going forward, I think there's a lot more we could have said about the environmental sustainability implications of this report. The top 10, or the top 3 vehicles sold in Canada, one still is a Ford F-150. The second one is a Ram pickup truck, and the third one is a Toyota RAV4. So those are all 2 huge pickup trucks. And electric vehicles have about 3% of market share in Canada right now, and there are several articles by many climate experts saying cities absolutely have a role in incentivizing people to make different choices to invest in transit and to encourage people to, you know, when they're about to buy another car, what could we make available to make it easier? They're a little bit more expensive, but we need to be incentivizing different choices. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I'm seeing no further questions. And before we just go to the motion, I'm just going to ask, this could be to Director Christie. There's previously the delegate had talked about the cost of soccer fields and places like that. Director Christie, in terms of this being an asset, and I think it could be captured as a destination asset, comparable to a hockey arena in terms of what do the users at the hockey arena pay? Do the rates cover the cost of the facility, or is it sort of like a 70% cost recovery of using that facility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The fees associated with our rentals for our facilities are basically, you know, we've been directed to look at what other municipalities are charging. So when we look at our comparator municipalities, we're just taking at face value what they're charging for their facilities. Really, we haven't taken into account any of the sort of maintenance related costs outside of the actual facility that they're using. So I couldn't answer that question for you right now. For example, for arenas, as you know, we are charging a certain amount, but it is not at a cost recovery. And so I would say that it's probably around between 70 and 80% of the cost of that arena. So we're subsidizing quite a bit.
And then for the older adult centers, are there fees for the older adults to use those facilities?
There are fees, through you, Mr. Mayor. There are fees for older adults as well, albeit those fees are usually reduced quite significantly for older adults. But we don't charge for anything outside of the room rentals or the programs that they participate in.
And in terms of the Sunset and Lakeside Park, how would you describe those as a director of recreation who's obviously spent a lot of time in the industry? How would you describe those areas? Are they passive parks, or are they more destination locations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say it's a combination of both. There are passive and active uses for those parks. So it's really a hybrid of both, depending on, the time of day specifically. The active uses of the park really start in late afternoon and into the later evenings when it's lit, especially at Lakeside. And over the weekends as well. It's similar to how we would look at our pools and our arenas and sports fields when we designate them as prime or non-prime. We've never associated fees like that to the beaches. This is sort of our first go around in terms of really recognizing what type of amenity we have, for our beaches. But that's how I would describe it. It's a hybrid. It's a mix of being an active and a passive, and really should be or could be subject to a prime or a non-prime designation based on time of use.
Okay. I appreciate that. Just looking to share the context that while people may look at parking as a cost, it is more of a fee that goes into, again, the use of a facility. So just interesting making that connection. Thank you, Director Christie. No further questions of council. Going to go to the motion that's on the floor. Okay, so we've got the motion on the floor, and moving the motion, I have Councillor, who's on this list? Is it Councillor?
We do not have a councillor yet moving the motion.
All right, I have a councillor putting their hand up. Councillor Littleton and Councillor Miller are the ones putting their hand up on this. Appreciate that, councillors. Okay, so there is a lot to this, and I think what I would like to do is I would like to do it like the budget, and when we do the budget, we pull out parts of, let's see if we can get consensus. So the first one that I wouldn't mind doing is, can we look at the boat launch parking? Can you highlight that one? Is there any amendments that anyone would like to make to this motion? And we can settle on this one and move forward. Councillor Porter, you've got a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment on this. Given that, there are residents in the community who would like to see us maintain some kind of boat launch for the public and not decommission it. And given all the arguments around it, and the real estate taken up in a small beach parking lot by a car and a trailer, I feel it's fair to just have a consistent parking area for the boat launch with a fee of $100, whether you're a resident or a non-resident. Just looking at statistics on how often people use their boats or jet skis. It's mostly jet skis, to be honest. In the summer, it actually works out to a relatively affordable, fee to go there. So you've got the $15, but then you're paying an additional $85 to park over there, and that's something I think that could help with renewal of the boat launch in the future. We just, we got a lot of important capital projects on the docket. This one's not a high priority, so.
Before you keep going, I just want to make sure, so what you're asking for is it to be residents and non-residents paying that fee?
Yes.
So I need to look to the movers and seconder, because if it's not friendly, then we have to vote on that amendment first. So I'm looking to Councillor Littleton and Councillor Miller. Is it friendly or not? So it's the addition of residents.
I think it's friendly, but I get the impression we're going to have a lot of amendments to this, and perhaps we should just blanket treat them as unfriendly.
Okay, so we'll treat it as, I agree. I think we'll treat it as unfriendly, and we'll have this. So the inclusion of the word residents. So that is now the amendment on the floor, which is the inclusion of residents in this motion. Councillor Townsend, just to the inclusion of residents.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is in regards to non-residents who do come to to Sunset Beach. What is the daily fee? Like, they would have to spend $100 and buy an annual rate. I'm just thinking in the consensus of someone comes to the city, visits the city for the day. Is there going to be a day rate to use the boat launch?
To Trish Renti, Ms. Renti?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the way it was last year was you would still, if you felt that you could boat for the 3 hours, you could pay the $3 per hour rate. What we were hearing was that, I believe it was the Multi-Hall Club who came and presented at last year's public meeting, is that they didn't feel like 3 hours was enough time to boat. So we implemented last year the same $100 pass. So if you felt you could boat for within 3 hours, you could still pay the $3 per hour rate. If you would like to boat longer, what this $100 allows non-residents to do would be to boat for longer than 3 hours, and they could park in that designated area and use the boat launch.
So to confirm through Mr. Mayor, it would be $100 for a daily rate for someone to launch their boat at Sunset Beach.
Through you, Mayor, $100 seasonal rate. So that would give them, with this pass, they would no longer need to pay that $3 per hour rate, and it would give them boat launching for the whole season.
Okay, but my question is for, say, a family coming from out of town and they're in the city for just, say, 1 day. Say they don't want to buy the season's pass. They would have to still spend $100 to use their boat. I know what you're saying, they could use, they could park for 3 hours and launch. I'm just trying to get, because we do have people, say, who come down from Toronto for the day, and maybe they bring their jet ski. I'm just trying to get, it just doesn't seem very clear. Well, it's clear, but what I'm understanding is they would spend $100 to park their, say, trailer, their vehicle, and launch their jet ski.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that is correct. They could choose to buy the season pass. The other option they have, and we heard this last year from our experience from 2021, was they could pay the $50 violation, which a lot of people didn't even blink an eye to.
Thank you. And thank you through the mayor. That's where I was going with that question, is the violation is only $50. So why would a family spend $100 to buy the pass to launch the boat? I'm just, the numbers don't seem to make any sense in my opinion. Okay, I mean, I'm not sure if...
Speaking to the residents, just speaking to including the local residents.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, can we add a daily rate as opposed to having someone spend $100 who's going to come from out of town? I would like to see perhaps a daily rate for someone who is coming to the city.
So if I can ask, Councillor, because now you're asking for a different amendment, I just need to know, do you agree or not including residents into the non-residents fee for annual rate?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we'll just leave it there, and then let's see if we can get through this amendment. Anybody else who would like to speak to the addition of the amendment for residents? Seeing none, Councillor Dodge. Oh, okay, hands up, guys. Got to be quicker because we got to get through this. Councillor Dodge.
Sorry about that. Sometimes it doesn't, when you click on it, it doesn't work as quickly as you want it to. So if we're going to do this strictly for the boat launch, is there a way that the fees that we would be charging would go directly to some sort of fund just for the boat launch then?
I'll either go to Director Smith or Ms. Shrenti.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Adam, are you comfortable answering that?
Sorry, through the mayor. Yeah, I think so. Just double checking to make sure that this was viewed as a parking permit rather than a user fee for use of the boat launch. So given that it says it's a parking permit, I believe it would fall as part of the parking budget, and therefore, unless directed otherwise, it would fall into the parking reserve. That's not to say that there's not the potential that as part of the parking reserve report or future directions that those funds couldn't be directed otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if this is the proper time to ask this question, but it piggybacks on Councillor Townsend's question about the fees that we charged for people that have infractions. Did they come back down again, or during that season, the peak season, are they still going to be a little bit higher than what they normally would be?
through you, Mr. Mayor, can I defer that to Lisa Reed?
Yes, Ms. Reed?
Yes. Good evening through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, during the special provision time, May 1st to September 30th, these increase, and starting October 1st, they go back down to the regular. So a prohibition or an over the time limit in the lot is $50 during the season, and the prohibition outside the lot, like at sunset, is $100. But when that special provision area or that time period between May and September ends, then we go back down to the regular violation amounts, which would be $30.
Okay, so
it would be 20.
Those haven't changed from last year.
So sorry, just for clarification, so would the infraction be here $100, not $50?
No, this infraction here is a $50 infraction. Outside of the sunset lot on the roads, that's a $100 violation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Garcia, just to the residents inclusion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not support charging our residents for any kind of parking at the beach or boat launching.
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call on the first one.
We just do have an operational item on this amendment. So in order for us to be able to enforce it, we do need to include a clause that the residential parking permits would not be valid for the parking in the designated boat launch parking area, which would clarify the part which Councillor Townsend mentioned about paying the per hour rate.
Okay, can we just deal with the inclusion of the word residents? Or no?
They are kind of part and parcel with one another.
Let's get through the first one though, and if we say no to the residents, then we don't need that part, do we?
Correct, but if you say yes to the residents being included, then you need the second part of the clause, otherwise it can't be enforced.
Okay, so all we're voting on right now, council, is the word residents and then whatever's in that red there. Okay? We clear on that? It's just the word residents and then that one line that's underneath it.
Councillor Miller?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Call the question.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
No.
Councillor Garcia?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
No.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
No.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Mayor Senzik?
No, yes, I got trying to understand the yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so now we got the full motion, which could include now that the funds be directed, because as Mr. Smith has indicated, council has the ability to direct. So we could make sure that the funds being raised are directed to the replacement of the existing infrastructure that's completely broken.
I'm willing to put it on the table.
I would move that.
Okay, just wait. Councillor Kushner has a question, then I'll get you two moving.
Yeah, I was going to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll go Councillor Kushner and Councillor Dodge. And if that wording could be placed in there before we vote on the final motion.
And you're requesting the funds from the boat launch parking area, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Be directed to the repair of the existing boat launch. And that, if I can add, if it's a friendly amendment, is that upon the repair of the boat launch, that council review the fee.
Yes.
we're friendly on that.
It's good to be friendly.
Especially if you're in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Okay. So as council, if we can highlight everything in sort of green, that yellow, that would be the first motion. Everything will approve there. Okay.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes?
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm confused as to what we're voting on. You said to put everything in yellow, and I'm not sure what we're voting.
I apologize. Everything should be in yellow because we're voting on the entire motion now.
You already, so just to clarify, council did already vote on those first two clauses.
Which two? We only did residence, the word residence, and then we did the line underneath it so that we didn't do the entire motion.
Okay, thank you.
It was an amendment to add the word residence. That's what we voted on. So that's the entire thing. We're voting entirely on that. Councillor Williams?
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I thought we were waiting for a report on the boat launch from staff. Was this like, I don't know, it seems like we're making a decision on a boat launch that wasn't really set to be made tonight.
I think I'll go to either CAO Oakes or Director Smith, but I think council's direction was to go and repair the boat launch versus taking it out of commission.
Through Mr. Mayor, maybe to provide some clarity. So there was a report in the capital budget when the capital budget came forward that included dollars in for the boat launch. At that time, it was the motion was to put, I believe, $100,000 towards the repair of the boat launch out of the capital program, and then defer the ultimate decision of what to do permanently for the boat launch. So if council's directing that the funds go, they would, from my perspective, they would go towards that repair and reduce the capital budget accordingly.
So we're effectively making the call on the future of the boat launch now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the repairs and the assessment have been or will be completed if required. So our staff were looking at the, and maybe I'll defer to Mr. Martuccio to provide a bit of clarity.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the work on the boat launch, there's $100,000 in the capital budget to carry out any emergency repairs required with the boat launch. So we've engaged a consultant to take a look at the boat launch, ensure if there's any emergency repairs that they're carried out prior to the opening of season. If not, those funds will be reserved for any potential emergency repairs that need to be done should we have increased high water levels or any of those that will affect the integrity of the boat launch. We are still going through the design of the parking lot. As part of the design of the parking lot, at that point, we will be looking at the configuration of the boat launch. We will go to a public meeting and get input from the public with regards to the overall design for the parking lot boat launch area.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I'd be prepared to vote for it, but I think the bigger issue needs to be really settled first. Seems like this is a little bit premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Kushner, do you still have your hand up or no?
No.
Right. Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to have, I need to get clarification. So the first portion where I didn't support that residents would and non-residents, I didn't support that. So now if I vote to say yes to the fact that the funds will go towards the boat launch, am I voting now for yes for the residents? Like, I'm not sure how that's working.
Well, in essence, you're voting for, you're on record as voting against the residents, which you are on record of saying that. But now, in the totality of the motion, you support the motion as it's on the floor with the additional information pertaining to the funds be directed to the boat launch repair.
Okay, so sorry, I'm still unclear. So if I vote now, then now I am voting for the residents to have to pay for the, I know that it already passed that they're going to anyway, but if we can split the motion, then I just don't want to vote to have the residents paying for the annual rate of $100.
So you've already voted that? So it's already noted in public record.
Okay, so this is, okay. I think I understand.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't agree with the fact that the $100,000 that was set aside in capital budget will be reduced and replaced by the money that is garnered from charging the residents to launch their boats there. I would say that $100,000 stays in the capital budget for repairs, and then any money garnered from the launching of boats goes on top of that, because if it comes to be $150,000, or if we can enhance the improvement of it, then there would be extra fees available. But I don't believe that it's fair that to the residents that, okay, we're going to take the money out of the capital budget and replace it there. So it would be $100,000 from capital plus whatever money that we get. The other question I had is, I don't know if anybody can do this, but define a boat. Are we going to charge people who are bringing their kayaks $100, or is it just for a motorized, like a Sea-Doo or something like that?
Ms. Sharente?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be for, the difficulty of this motion is right now we don't really have a designated boat launch area. Last year what we did is we segregated an area with approximately 15 spots, so it would be applied to those with a trailer, not to those with a kayak.
Okay, that's fine. That answers my question, but as far as the financial situation, Mr. Mayor, I would move that any funds garnered from the charging for the boat launch would go on top of the capital budget of $100,000.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porter?
Thanks. I was just going to have a motion to refer this to staff because I think there are a couple of other amendments asking staff to report back on where we could put additional parking fees, and probably it's best to just get a staff report on this one rather than continue to discuss this.
Okay, motion to refer non-debatable. So when
what are we referring? Are we referring as a report of the proceeds of the parking, or how we're going to designate the proceeds of parking, the revenue from parking? We're not actually, you're not referring the actual motion, are you, Councillor Porter?
No, it's just a motion to refer to staff to come back with a report on, I do think one's coming back anyway on sort of like green initiatives that could be funded through parking fees. And I think we could add, this and other beach initiatives, which I also think would be green initiatives. Just let it go to staff and come back in a report.
So just referring or asking staff for a report on how we're going to use parking revenue. What initiatives in the city? Not the actual motion.
Not the actual motion. No, we already passed this part. But I think there's too much debate about the state of the boat launch and the future of it. And there's also discussions about and debate on what to do with parking revenue. And I think that all has to come back into in a staff report to us in the future. I think there's one coming soon anyway, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Mayor.
Time out, everybody. So only thing that we've passed so far is the word residents to be included in the initial motion. And then that second line that the clerk said had to be in there. That's all we've approved so far. Just to be crystal clear with everybody. So the motion on the table is to approve now all of the language that's there. And so all of this is going to be referred back to staff for something. That's Councillor Porter, if you can explain What, because he also wanted to come back when, because voting season is about 3 or 4 weeks away.
The parking fees are going in a general parking reserve. And there's a lot of money in the parking reserve. Staff can tell me when they were planning to come back. Mr. Mayor, you already had a motion asking, I think you had a motion or asked for a staff report on using parking fees for green initiatives, I think. I also have an upcoming amendment, and another councillor tonight said that they wanted some of the parking revenues to go to the beach. So given all of what I've heard tonight, and a report that's already coming, I say we put the parking revenue into the general reserve, wait for the report, and then we'll make a decision on how we could spend it. We might be setting up maybe an additional reserve or something, but I'll leave it to staff. I think we're going down into the weeds when that's not what we want to do right now.
Procedural question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes, we did pass the first part, and if we passed it, we can't refer it now. We voted on that, that's passed, and therefore, as Councillor Dodge indicated, the second part in yellow, that should be debated by itself. That's a second motion.
That's what I'm referring, Councillor Kushner.
Pardon?
That's the piece I'm referring to staff.
Well, I thought the mayor indicated that we would be voting on everything. And if that's the case, I would be directed to the enhancement of the existing boat launch rather than the repair.
Okay. To the clerk, can I get your interpretation of where we are?
My understanding of Councillor Porter's motion to refer is she is requesting that council refer the discussion on where the funds be allocated to a future staff report. So not the discussion of whether or not a fee for parking would be approved or not, but just whether, if a fee is approved, how council can spend that money.
Okay. I'll ask one more clarification, clerk. I have pointed out now 3 times that there was an amendment on the floor and the word resident was added. We were voting on the word resident, and then the additional line on residential parking permits was added by the clerk. That's what we voted on. So, to the clerk again, what are we voting on? We haven't voted on the totality of the motion yet, have we?
Through the mayor, that is correct. So there's kind of 2 steps going on right now. Correct. One is the motion to refer the part that's currently highlighted. And the second item would be the motion to approve the clauses we have under both launch parking permits as amended. So that would be considering the creation of the $100 rate for both, and that would include residents and non-residents.
Councillor Kushner, are you clear now?
I am clear, Mr. Mayor, and I am clear that, as you indicated, the first part we've already voted for, so that is not to be referred. So the only part we're voting on to refer is the part in yellow.
That's correct.
Okay, to the clerk, can you highlight that council amend bylaw? Can you highlight that part? And let's vote on that one first. Please highlight that. Take the highlight off the second one that you have currently highlighted, and we'll just vote on the part that we haven't voted on yet.
Can I ask for a quick recess, please? Thank you.
We're live again, so I'll turn it over to the deputy clerk.
Thank you. So through the mayor, what council has voted on already is to amend that first clause to include the word residence, and add the second clause that's in red, that residential parking permits will not be valid for the parking in the designated boat launch parking area. So that was an amendment to the clause that was approved. However, now council must vote on the clause that is highlighted as amended. So that would be the first item, and then the second item would be the referral from Councillor Porter for the items that are below the highlights, but we would look at that second.
Okay. So I'll turn over to the clerk.
So the vote
Point
on
of
the
order,
highlighted.
but if that residence was considered a non-friendly and then we voted and it was carried, shouldn't that entire highlighted section be carried already?
So the only thing that was unfriendly was the inclusion of the word residence. So we voted on that separately. Now that part of this motion has been amended to include the word residence, and now we need to vote on the motion as amended.
Thank you, Councilor Miller.
Thank you.
So on voting on the highlighted portion, Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
Yes? Yes?
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so then the second part is going to be a referral, non-debatable.
Do we not vote on whether we refer?
No, well, it's non-debatable, so we're going to vote on the referral, whether or not we want to refer or not.
Yeah, just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I suggested that, okay, it's been changed. Thank you.
Okay. Motion, we could just have a show of hands for the referral. All in favor, show of hands in the council chambers. I see 4 in the council chambers. That's carried. Okay, and I thought that was going to be the easy one. My apologies to council and staff. I thought I chose the one that would lead us off, but that turned out to be a bit more of a challenge. I'll take, if we go up to if we can look at the commercial overnight parking permits, because I think there may be a solution there. I know there has been some concerns being raised. And if I can maybe ask the CAO to jump in first, and heard some concerns from councillors about this. Is there any direction that you would want to provide before we dive into potential amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there has been a piece of correspondence by one business owner within Port Dalhousie. We can take that offline, have a discussion with the proprietor and work on a solution separate from this, specifically, similar to what we did last year when we met with and provided some for the general commercial business owners as well for their employees. There's something that we can look into, that staff can do, and provide an update to council at a later, in short order, but at a later time that doesn't have necessary implications on this fee specific.
Okay. So it doesn't bind us if we decide on this today. It doesn't bind the staff on flexibility to be able to work with the impacted businesses in certain areas. That's correct.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, So this is setting the rate. What I'm suggesting is, there's an opportunity to have some further discussions with the one proprietor in particular, to look at some solutions on a go-forward date. The other alternative is to defer this entire section to a future date of council.
Okay. So thank you to the CAO, because provide some direction here. Councillor Kushner.
I'm fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Harris.
We actually put some sort of wording there that we give the CAO authority to work with local businesses to come to a solution. So it's actually in there, so some sort of language.
To the CAO, staff direction to, what would you be comfortable with, the CAO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would suggest is sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here.
Because the issue is it's a bylaw, so it's a lot more binding than a policy. A policy has the flexibility, but the bylaw becomes a binding rate, and that becomes a bit more of a challenge for staff to manage through. So,
if I might, Mr. Mayor, just the CAO did suggest we could defer that section or refer that section for a report to. That might be a solution.
okay. Is council comfortable referring this back to the CAO and coming forward with something that?
I'll make that referral.
Okay. Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Williamson. Okay, so we'll refer this to the CAO. Is there a time that you can see this coming back that you'd like to aim for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would intend to bring something back to the next meeting of council, the 25th. This issue has to be resolved prior to May, so we can do that in short order. The question I'll have to have with the clerk is whether or not we have to have a public meeting as a result or not, but we'll provide that info to council.
Okay, so April 25th, if you could put that into the referral. Motion to refer to come back to the next meeting of council as a means to try and resolve the issues that have been brought up around impact on businesses is what I'm hearing. Correct? Okay.
Correct.
Motion for referral, show of hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, I see 3 opposed.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I see 2 opposed in council chambers. Okay, so that's carried. I guess that was a quick way of doing it. And now to the residential parking permits, which would be the one that I thought would be the biggest point of discussion. So we got a mover and a seconder for this. And again, the mover and a seconder for this is Councillor, can I lean on Councillor Miller and Councillor Littleton again?
Yes.
Okay, so we got a mover and a seconder. Okay, first hand up, we have Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make an amendment, friendly maybe, to reduce the rate from $15 per car to $10 per car. To me, it makes it more palatable to the residents at a rate of $10 per car.
Okay, so we got $10 on the floor. It's not friendly because Councillor Miller has indicated that tonight nothing will be friendly on the floor.
I understand.
I just want to make sure, Councillor Miller, you're good?
That's
Councillor
right. It's not friendly.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll have a $10 amendment. So from $15 to $10, that's the amendment. Speaking just to the amendment of $10, Councillor Phillips has indicated that a reduced fee is more in line with what he'd like to see in terms of the cost of this administrative fee for the permit system. Councillor Garcia, just speaking to the $10.
Well, a procedural question, Mr. Mayor. I had an amendment that I submitted earlier that there be no fee like there isn't one. Can we?
That's contrary. No, you can't, because that's contrary to the motion. So this motion would have to be defeated in its entirety and then you would put your motion on the floor. That's the way the procedural bylaws are written.
And $10 is contrary as well.
It's contrary, but it's not negative to the actual motion. Yours is negative to the motion. I can ask the deputy clerk. Can you provide some guidance here?
Yes, please.
Through the mayor, so what Councillor Phillips is bringing forward is a debate on what the price would be. My understanding of Councillor Garcia's amendment would not to include a fee at all, which I would consider staff's entire proposal is based on being able to collect fees to offset some sort of program. So I would suggest that you would have to turn down the consideration of a fee first.
Thank you to the clerk. Okay. Councillor Garcia, do you want to speak to $10 or no? I think he's frozen. Councillor Townsend?
Okay.
If Councillor Garcia is finished, I'll go. Just Councillor Garcia is finished. I'll just jump in and ask my question. I can't see on the screen, but through you, Mr. Mayor, my question is staff have presented us with a plan and a report that allows us with the $15 to just break even in running this type of program. Am I correct on that's why they came up with the $15? It was kind of a targeted amount to cover the costs associated with running this.
I'll go to Ms. Sorrenti.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Townsend. Putting $10 would put us, although not at a major loss, it would put us at a loss and not something staff was recommending. Additionally, part of this cost was also to look at the long-term solution of parking for the 2023. As you can see in the financial chart, one of the things that included is the full-time staff member for this year, because we're starting late, would only be for the months of May to the end of December, but for 2023 it would be a full-time complement. So this $15 would complete the process for 2023 as well.
So thank you for that. So what I'm understanding is it would impact the program that permit program that the staff have put forward by reducing it by $5, potentially even staffing of the program. Am I correct?
Not through you, Mr. Mayor, not through the staffing. We would need the staff member regardless. It would just impact our ability to get that revenue. And then for 2023, we would need to likely come back to council again with the $15, because now that staff member would be a full-time complement, which would bring us from January to the end of December of 2023. And if I look at the report correctly, would bring us to $85,000 a year. So we're looking at almost another $30,000.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I'm understanding is, say if we do change from $10 next year, it could be $20. I'm okay with the $15. I think it's fair, and I trust in what the staff have brought forward. It makes sense, and it makes it so that this program can happen and go forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Williamson, and then I'll look into the horseshoe if there's any questions.
Is Councillor Garcia having technical problems?
Yes, I was. I think I'm on again.
I'm willing to go after him if you like, Mr. Mayor.
I think he's finished. He asked about the speaking to the motion. He was
okay.
I know, but sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you said we're addressing the $10 as I can't have my zero on, right?
Correct.
So speaking to the $10, I just want to emphasize that I totally agree with Mr. Duraco, who spoke to us earlier. We happen to be lucky enough to live on one of the Great Lakes, and I think that having access to the beach is one of our rights. We have never charged for parking at the beach, and I don't think we should start now, so I would not support $10 or $1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I entirely agree with Councillor Garcia, and I've always wanted to keep it free. And I think there's a real disadvantage to council from not really hearing from residents on this, because I think if they would have we would have had an earful from residents on this, we might have a little bit different approach. So I am. My preference is no fees, but by the sense I get from council, that 10 might be the best real politic solution that's available. So I will support the $10 option, even though I don't agree with charging a fee at all. Thank you.
Okay, in the horseshoe, are there any hands up? Councillor Porter, and then Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try and not sound disappointed. I hear comments quite often about transit, and from one of the councillors that wants to reduce this motion, I was talking about the fact that we actually should be incentivizing transit, and there really isn't an appetite for that, and it's honestly something I don't understand, because we declared a climate emergency, and I feel like that sometimes is absolutely meaningless. And I'm not making up my position here. There are clear policy directives from several reputable scientists and agencies looking at what cities need to do when it comes to addressing climate change. And I know it's uncomfortable, but putting a price on gas emitting automobiles is incredibly important. What we should be incentivizing is transit. So if we reduce the cost of this permit, we wouldn't be able to provide this pilot project where we could actually make it quite affordable for people who don't have cars. And it's not just people who don't have cars. I have one car in my family, and I use transit fairly often, and so does my husband. And my children and I went to the beach several times. It takes 10 to 20 minutes for me to hop on the bus on Lake Street and go down to the beach. And it's the way we talk, it sounds like it's impossible, and it's absolutely not. And what we need to be doing is building transit drivers and creating transit drivers with kids. That's why this family pass is really important. And I'm urging council, this is the way we sell it to the community. Is like, yes, we're putting a price on parking, but we have a climate emergency and we need to incentivize transit, and this is what we're trying to do. Please take the bus. Please try to ride your bike, and we're going to be working on an active transportation master plan. And the final thing I'll say is I put this out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram on the weekend, knowing that it would be incredibly unpopular, or thinking that it would be incredibly unpopular, but it was my duty as a councillor to inform people, because we had such a lot of feedback on it. I didn't get a lot of negative feedback when I put out my amendments on this. I made my arguments, and people seem to understand the reason behind it. So I'm going to urge council to do the 15. I actually think the 15 is too low, but I'm just going to go with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia already spoke on this matter. Is there anyone else? Councillor Littleton?
Some clarification from
Councillor Littleton, and then I'll go back for clarification, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am not in favor of the $10 parking rate. I think that there's a lot of things at play here. I think Councillor Porter articulated very well about the climate emergency that we've declared, and it's really something that we need to start putting into our policies. Otherwise, it quite frankly is meaningless. The point about the bus is a good one. I think that sometimes we think that perhaps our experiences and what taking a bus might mean to us is what it means to other people. And I can tell you, as someone who used transit before I had a car and moved to this city where it's difficult to not have a car, I brought groceries on the bus, I carried that. I mean, the kids love to ride the bus, so I would take the bus when I could with the kids because they did like that. But we're projecting, I think, some of our, I don't know what the word is, but our maybe thoughts of negative public transit on the entire experience, and it's not true. I think that we need to start using the bus. I know myself, I'm going to get out and start using the bus more in the city. I'm excited about the regional plan that's moving forward. These are ways that we build communities. This is way we build a city and a region. So I think that the bus pass that's in here is fantastic, $3 and everybody goes to the beach. I mean, that's fantastic. We're talking about, in terms of the parking pass, $15, and now we want to talk about $10, $5, folks. And I think that we really need to get real, because what we're hearing from staff who have spent countless hours crunching data, using facts to do this, sometimes we think that our ideas and our impressions of things are more correct. And I would really argue here that the staff that crunch the data, that are telling us that it took 20 staff members, 20 paid staff members over a course of a period to get out free passes, which cost money to put in the mail, is going to cost taxpayers far more money than asking for those who are going to actually use the passes, because I would dare to imagine that many of the people who took the free passes took them just in case and maybe didn't actually go to the beach. So that's a lot of wasted postage, paper, which is an environmental problem, all of those things. I think when we say it's going to cost $15, folks are going to say, yeah, you know what? I want to get that $15 because I can use it for the entire summer. It's going to be very easy to use, end of, done. And I would rather have that than asking the general taxpayer to start paying for 20 staff members to get a program going so people can get a bunch of passes that they never used. So I'm not going to vote in favor of the $10. I'm going to vote for the $15. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Anyone else around the horseshoe hasn't spoken? See no other hands up. Just for clarification, Councillor, we already know your opinion. Just for clarification, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to the CAO, I raised this when we met before, but for clarification, if council approves having that digital permit, do I need to make an amendment to ensure that staff will help those in the community who have no access to the internet to get a permit, or will that automatically be done?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and pass it over to Ms. Renti. No, the intention is residents who don't have access to a computer, our staff will still help them through the process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, what's the point of order?
Point of order, would we not vote on the original motion first, and then if that loses, we would then vote on the $10?
No, the $10 is the one that we vote on first, and then we would do the larger motion because the amendment is the $10.
Thank you.
So we're just going to vote on the $10 first. So I'll ask for the clerk to do a recorded vote just on the $10, not on the entire motion.
Councillor Littleton?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Kushner?
No.
Councillor Harris?
No.
Councillor Garcia?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Mayor Senzik?
Yes.
And that's lost.
Okay, we now go to the original motion. And the original motion on the floor is with the 15. Now, we're not talking about transit or anything else. Like, this is just for the that fee of 15 being implemented as an administrative fee to cover the costs. So the last one we were just talking about, the $10. Does anyone else wish to speak on this motion with the number 15? We know where some councillors sit. I'm not seeing any hands up. So I'll turn the floor over to the clerk.
Sorry, we're voting on the rest of the motion here, or what are we doing?
So what's highlighted now, Councillor, is what we're voting on.
Well, I would like to speak to that.
That's what I just asked for.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, first of all, I've expressed my concern about the fact that I don't think there was enough public consultation on that, and that's problematic. I'm concerned about. We got to remember that this was kind of a self-inflicted wound. This was created last year. I know it was a response, but we created a bureaucracy, and now we're looking at adding an employee and adding more bureaucracy. In terms of discussion about the climate change emergency, which was passed unanimously 3 years ago, if we're going to be consistent in this regard, if we care about the environment, we care about being a climate resilient city, every single issue that comes up needs to be weighed through that lens. We need to be looking at the ecological footprint of every decision we make. We can't just cherry pick and choose issues, target parking in one particular location. It has to be done uniformly and across the board in a consistent way with the same criteria set. And we'll look at the value of the natural assets we have. We need to look at the cost benefit in terms of how it's going to help in terms of adaptation and mitigation. And there has to be accounting. There has to be measurement and criteria applied. And it's got to be done at a staff level. It hasn't been done. We can't just say all of a sudden we're going to solve the problems of climate change at Lakeside Park or at, I'll still call it Municipal Beach. We got to be consistent, and we got to do it in a open and transparent way. Thank you. Oh, well, also, transit. Let's not forget that the report says there's not much we can do about transit because we gave control of transit to 12 of the 15 members who are making decisions on transit are going to be from outside of St. Catharines. So good luck in trying to get some special treatment from transit on special projects like this going forward.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, is it possible to separate that very last section there to be set at an annual rate of $15 so that we can vote on having the permits and then vote on the rate?
Yeah, you can ask for a split. Any councillor can ask for a splitting of the motion.
Okay, I'm asking for it, please.
Okay, and so we'll do that when the time comes. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I'm excited for the motion to charge for parking throughout the city. I think that would be a very good idea, and then we could be consistent. And I think what Councillor Littleton said was right, that it can be a bit difficult to use public transit in St. Catharines, but almost more than that, it's incredibly easy to use a car, and we should be trying to get out of that mindset because it's one of the most damaging things that can be done to the environment. And I don't think anyone has ever suggested that any decision we make in this council chamber is going to solve the climate crisis. That's sort of a misdirection and a misrepresentation of the issue. What we are trying to do is show leadership and consistency in our decision making. And one of those things, one of the main things we should be addressing is the climate crisis, and more so, importantly, how it does impact the city and how we can mitigate the negative effects of it. So I think what we are trying to do here is be consistent. I think unfortunately what happens a lot is if we looked at all of the decisions we made in this council, we would not be consistent a lot of the times in those things. And I don't think that gives residents a lot of belief or trust in us. And I think we need to start doing a better job. We talk a lot about principles in here, and then we waver issue to issue, year to year, depending what might be going on in a few months in any given year. I think, too, the idea that because residents aren't up in arms with pitchforks outside, that means that they must not have heard about it. I think staff go out of their way. I know I go out of my way. I know other councillors go out of the way to engage residents. Sometimes they are indifferent to issues. That happens. I don't think it's fair to just assume the only reason that people aren't out in droves supporting your position is just because you haven't heard from them. I mean, or they haven't heard about the issue. I mean, everyone is doing what they can to get it out there. So and it's really frustrating to me. I think there's a lot of misdirection happening here. I think we do need to take climate decisions seriously, even the ones that are a little bit uncomfortable and residents are going to be a little bit upset about, and explain it to them and why we're doing the things we're doing. So hopefully we can support this $15. The program is a very good one. It's very beneficial to residents in the end, and it helps us be a little bit consistent in our aims here as a council. Thank you.
you, Councillor Miller. Looking around the horseshoe, does anyone else have their hands up? Okay, I'm seeing no one with their hands up. Anyone else on council, on Zoom? Not seeing anyone with their hands up. My only comments on this is that, again, it is being used as a ways and means to, again, raise the funds to administer what has become a very, cumbersome process, but at the same time, a much needed one. So, there's a lot that we can wrap into this. Hearing what some councillors have said about lack of public engagement, again, I hope those same councillors have gone out there and done their own public engagement. If they haven't, then shame on them. I think what we look at here is looking at the abilities to ensure staff have done what they've been asked to do. But again, I think it's an important process that we're going through, and we're elected to make tough decisions. I think if councillors want to build consensus through going to the public every time they have to make a tough decision, and that's if people say that's democracy, they can say that's democracy. The reality is that you're elected to make tough decisions, and this is a decision where staff have given you all the information. So we're going to make a decision on this and move forward with it. So I'll ask the clerk to call the question.
So we do have a request to split the vote on this matter. Is that request still standing, or is the Councillor Garcia comfortable with doing the highlighted all in one vote?
Definitely split to be set at an annual rate of $15.
So split the last part to be set at the annual rate of 15. That'll be separate from the rest of the motion.
So just the clause to be set at an annual rate of $15.
Yeah, that'll be separate from the remainder of the motion.
Okay.
So if we can do the first part to the deputy clerk, do the first part of the motion, and then we'll do that second.
Okay. Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
We're not talking about the $15, right? We're just talking about the top two, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Mayor Senzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay. And the second part of the motion to the clerk.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
No.
Councillor Garcia?
Definitely no.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
No.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Mayor Senzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay. So now I think we've got some others, if we can scroll down. So we've got residential parking, commercial's been referred. Council approved the beach strategy detailed the financial implications. Okay, is there amendments to this motion? Not seeing any. Okay, so mover and a seconder is Councillor Littleton, Councillor Miller. And this is approving the budget with the full-time complement. Okay, I'll turn to the clerk for a vote.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
No.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so we've got a report back for council. Is there any other items coming to the floor? Councillor Porter and then Councillor Dodge. What is it you'd like to bring to the floor, Councillor Porter?
It mentioned the $3 weekend pass for families in the report. I did sit with Graham and Trish a month or two ago to talk about what kind of incentive we could put together, and this is what they'd come back with. So I just kind of wanted it in the motion so that there's a preamble about climate change, but that we do the $3 weekend pass for families from May to September, which could be used across the city also for downtown initiatives. And we would ask that the staff be directed to promote the active transportation links to the beaches and to downtown events, and also with the Transit Commission to promote the transit routes downtown and to the beaches. And, the transit staff should be able to report on the usage of this special family pass. I know it's being uploaded to the region, but I think this is valuable information, and I don't think we spend enough time looking at how we can create transit riders and young people. So I just want to make sure that this $3 thing happens, because I think it's a good incentive. We might be charging for parking, but we are reducing the family pass on the weekend, and we are providing something for the community.
Okay, so just want to be clear with council, what you've introduced here is something that's already in the report? Correct?
Can I get clarification from staff that it's actually happening, though?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there is no recommendation report. So the motion that is provided by Councillor Porter is correct. This would need to get referred back to and approved by the Transit Commission. I do know in my conversations with the Transit, they are working to have a meeting scheduled in the middle of April or endish of April to bring this to their meeting. If it's approved.
It's a referral to the Transit Commission for consideration?
Yes. So we've sort of approved it in principle in the report then, I guess, and then we're just referring this to the Transit Commission. Is that, and then it'll come back again? Or can we say if it gets approved at the Transit Commission, it just gets implemented and we would pay for it through the general parking revenues? I don't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially what's being requested is essentially it's foregone revenue for the Transit Commission to offer the program. So that has to come to the commission, and the commission would need to approve that program. What you're asking with respect to how it's funded would essentially, from my understanding, and maybe you can clarify, is the parking. I need some clarity on what you're proposing to how to fund that. Are you suggesting that the city transfer the money back to the commission, or it's just the commission approves and amends the budget on the foregone revenue?
I guess I was concerned the commission would say no because it's, they didn't budget it, and I think we needed to provide, if they said no, just strictly based on revenue, I wanted to provide something. But perhaps that could just be, staff could work with the Transit Commission on this matter. We don't have to figure it out today, but there's already been discussions. They're already working on this, so.
Typically, if the revenue fell short of projections, the city would end up paying that anyway, right? That happened during the pandemic when obviously 2020 didn't match the revenue projections. So it comes from the city in the end anyway.
Okay, so I think I can leave that out, but it's just for me, it's a principle of polluter pays. We should be really thinking about taking money that's basically, in a sense, an automobile that creates pollution and putting a bit more of a price on it to try and incentivize something else. So it's just that idea. I'm going to leave the revenue part out of it and let the Transit Commission come back with something for us.
Okay, so Councillor Porter, you're striking the including options to fund from revenues generated from parking at the beaches. Are we striking that?
If we could, when it comes back from, staff are doing a report anyway, and I just think staff can actually report on just parking fees in general in the Green Reserve, which we have already set up, but I don't think there's any money in the Green Reserve yet, so at this point, I don't.
What I'm asking is that for this to go to the Transit Commission, we'll strike the options for funding to come from the parking at the beaches fund?
Yeah, we'll strike that, yes.
Okay, just put a strike through that, thank you. Okay, is there any other questions on this being referred to the Transit Commission for consideration? Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I just wanted to confirm we're looking to have a meeting on April 21st for the Transit Commission. And I just wanted to mention, Councilor Porter and I did have a brief conversation, and Transit is always looking at ways that they can try to get a better ridership, whether it be, you know, we haven't now that we have to the museum, but through the years, we've always tried to do things to get people to, you know, use the buses and promote the service as being a good way to avoid going on cars. So I just wanted to have that go out there. And then also, I'm just wondering if we're asking for reports back.
This is just for transit. This is just for transit.
Oh, just for transit? Okay, then I'll wait to ask my other question then.
Okay, so motion to move this to transit for the commission for consideration. And so just show of hands, if I can get a show of hands, of who's in favor of this. Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, that was carried. Councillor Porter, are you complete with any requests that you have?
I just got to check. I had a lot going on with this one. I thought that it was not appropriate for councillors to use our parking passes at the beaches, because I can't think of a time that I had council business at Sunset Beach ever. So I think we should be paying that $15 like the rest of us. So that was, I don't know if we need to vote on that.
Okay, so is there something on the screen that we need to see?
It's that citywide parking passes just issued to councillors not be valid for the Sunset Beach and Lakeside Park parking lots. I would like to add to this, and maybe it's a staff report, that we look to the next term of council for other ways to provide a better incentive instead of free parking passes. I really think we need to think about a green parking pass or a transit pass for councillors, or an incentive to buy a bike instead. Could that be a report back from staff?
So let's keep it to the beach parking lots so that we don't get
Sure.
confused on this one. Councillor Dodge, your hand up.
Sure, I'm gonna not support this. I do actually go to Sunset Beach for city business.
Okay. Councillor Garcia.
Likewise, Mr. Mayor, I don't really use the beach, but when I go down there, it's just to check on things or talk to staff or whatever. It's all city business.
Okay. All right. I guess with this one, might be a close vote, so I'll do a recorded vote.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes?
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And I'm sorry, I got two more, but I think they could just be referred to staff in a report. There's just the discussion about using some parking revenues to fund a Green Initiatives Reserve. That could be in the report back from staff. And then also, I talked to staff about when we're looking at like parking technologies, that we in the future consider a future green parking pass initiative. Many cities are implementing this for zero emissions vehicles. They get if they buy a permit, they get a discount. And on the other end, there's some cities like Madrid that actually provides variable pricing depending on the emissions of the type of vehicle you have. I honestly think we need to be kind of thinking about that. So this is a kind of a future direction thing. So it's, I guess it's a report request. So thank you.
Okay, report request, show of hands. All in favor of the report request? Opposed? Looks like it's carried. Okay. Councillor Dodd, you're up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just as, I don't know whether this would be a report or whatever, but in future that we have consideration for the older adults of St. Catharines having a discounted price for the passes.
Okay, so is that something you're looking for in 2023 or?
Sure.
Okay, so it's something to add to the agenda in 23 for consideration before you do the rates and fees for 2023. Okay, I think that is it. Is there anything else that needs to be done on the motion to the clerk?
Just the final clause about staff directing back, and that's where we'll include Councillor Dodge's item, and that the city solicitor be directed to prepare and amend the necessary bylaws. The bylaw won't be passed tonight. We'll bring it back on the bylaw list next week at the next meeting.
Okay, great. So we'll have that, and we'll do a show of hands because it's a report back. All in favor of this? And that's carried. Okay. With that, I think we're now moving into 7.2, which is the 7.3, I apologize, which is 8 actually, the Niagara region overview. I'm going to ask if Councillor Porter can take the chair in the chair, and I can exit. Just not feeling really great right now. So if I can have the Councillor Porter take the chair. Even though the deputy mayor is Councillor Townsend, but having the Councillor Porter being in person will help facilitate the next couple of pieces of this meeting. Your hair always looks good, Councillor Townsend.
My hair looks better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just finding the right spot in the agenda. Page 8, thank you. So I now call on David Hayworth, Official Plan Policy Consultant, Niagara Region, to present regarding an overview of the Regional Official Plan. Michelle Sergi, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Planning Commissioner, Niagara Region, will be available to respond to any questions. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So good evening, Chair, Council, staff, and public. It's a pleasure to speak to you and update you on the Niagara Official Plan. A draft consolidated plan was made available for comment from early January to early March. Comments have been considered and a proposed plan has been will be made available for formal consultation under the Planning Act. We've taken a balanced approach for managing growth and considered climate change and protection of the environment as key elements in managing growth. Niagara is made up of unique, different communities, and the different challenges and opportunities of local municipalities have been considered in a balanced planning approach. So there's several key interest areas that we want to address in the official plan. We want to improve our natural environment system and mapping, provide a policy response to climate change, improve our housing mix, provide a greater supply of housing of all forms, particularly medium and higher density development. We want to improve our economic competitiveness by protecting key employment areas for the long term, for investment and jobs, and improve our planning framework. We operate in a two-tier system. We want clear policies, minimize overlap, and provide clarity to the development community and the public in general. It is important for the region to provide a consistent set of growth numbers, as well as defined boundaries for transportation, water, and wastewater planning and development charges in order to plan for growth, to ensure people can travel to and from work efficiently, servicing can accommodate growth, and growth can pay for growth. So the official plan is based on some pillar statements, as you can see on the slide here. And these were developed back with significant broad community consultation when we did Imagine Niagara, which was planning to 2041 through regional council strategic planning. And as well as we themed that input, and we went out to the public information centers and kind of confirmed those themes as to what's important. And then we surveyed regional council on those themes as well. The official plan is structured around some key core chapters, as you can see here. There's also an introduction chapter, an implementation chapter, some site-specific policies, obviously schedules and appendices form the official plan. But you can see here the core chapters and the different sections in each chapter. So climate change is a key section in the official plan, which actually represents the interconnectedness of policies. And we have a climate change section that pulls together policies that are integrated throughout the plan, complete communities, active transportation, intensification along areas that support public transit, etc. All very key, protection of the natural environment, all very key in helping to address climate change. There's the section also identifies or makes commitments to doing further work beyond the lifespan of the official plan, which is a land use planning document. We want to do greenhouse gas emission inventories, develop a greening initiative. We're looking at climate modeling and doing an adaptation strategy as well. So in its simplest form, the official plan identifies what we'll protect, how and where we grow, and the tools or systems, the policies, tools, or systems that can help manage that growth and achieve those factors. So we're going to grow by over 200,000 people, 85,000 jobs, and that's even considering an intensification rate regionally across the board of 60%, where 60% of the future housing will be directed to the built-up areas, or kind of the developed areas. And despite all this, considering all the growth and managing all that and looking at land needs, we're going to have to expand our urban areas in key communities, and those expansions represent just 1% of the regional land base. So you can see St. Catharines' growth. St. Catharines has a 95% intensification rate on the chart, which remains unchanged since the region's growth management strategy in 2009. St. Catharines will grow by just over 35,000 people in the next 30 years. The region directs growth to urban areas with significant growth to built-up areas, which are basically the gray areas you see there, as well as greenfield areas, which will be at least minimum of 50 people and jobs per hectare, as you can see on the map. And also strategic growth areas, which includes St. Catharines Urban Growth Center, the protected major transit station areas, or your GO station areas, in Grimsby, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, future one in Lincoln, regional centers in Niagara Falls and Welland, and then the South Niagara Regional Growth Center around the hospital, future hospital. The strategic growth areas were identified in consultation with staff, and we've held workshops with the local councils a while back as well. And about over 30% of the growth will be directed to these strategic growth areas. So this slide shows the strategic growth areas in St. Catharines, a bit of a blow up. In red, you have the provincially identified urban growth center, and that will have accommodate 150 people and jobs per hectare to 2031, because that's the requirement in the growth plan now. It hasn't been changed. And then we have a protected major transit station area, which is the GO station area you can see to the west there of the urban growth center, which would have a density of 120 people and jobs per hectare to 2051, and that reflects the secondary planning that was done for that area. You can also see on the map to the south, the Brock District Plan area, where we did a district plan. This slide identifies the employment areas for St. Catharines, and when those were developed in consultation with planning staff and reflect your OPA 26 that has been recently approved. And these areas are the areas we want to protect long-term for future employment and investment and creating jobs. So this slide is the land needs assessment that was done. There was draft versions of the land needs presented in May, August, and December. The draft land needs have identified a need regionally for more community areas. You can see on the slide, employment area and rural area. And these are predominantly these communities in need is West Lincoln, Niagara Falls, and Fort Erie for different purposes, as well as some hamlet expansions in West Lincoln and Waynfleet. So I'm going to go on to what we protect. We protect all these resources for either ecological, climate change, food supply, heritage, or for economic perspectives. And I'll just delve into a couple of them quickly. The natural environment system you can see here, councils approved the strongest option that was presented for them for natural environment protection. They approved option 3C, and you can see the features of the system that are being protected. There's been significant consultation on the NES mapping and policies. We held a PIC on February 10th, and on February 17th, a session was held with property owners in the urban areas that had newly mapped features. We mailed out over 1,700 letters to property owners with newly mapped features in the urban area, and about 290 of them were in St. Catharines, and we've made about 10 mapping revisions in St. Catharines through the consultation process. This map identifies the kind of the core features that are being protected as part of the natural environment system, and it gives you an idea of the coverage regionally of the natural environment features being protected. The agricultural system I know is also important in St. Catharines and many of our Greenbelt municipalities. Our policies are looking to protect the agricultural land base, minimize conflicts, ensure long-term sustainability of the system, protect specialty crop and prime agricultural areas from fragmentation, facilitate strong, diverse, and resilient agricultural economy, and protect our rural areas as well, and recognize and control changes to existing uses. And this identifies the agricultural mapping across the region, the brown being prime agricultural areas, The kind of lavender color, I guess it is, being specialty crop lands as well. You have your gray urban areas, and your white are rural areas. So the tools that we use in terms of managing our growth are very important. District and secondary plans are very key. As I mentioned, we've done 2 district plans, Brock and Glendale District Plan. Secondary planning, which sets out a blueprint for how your community can grow, and they're done with significant community consultation, and you can identify your strategic areas of intensification, your transit, how everything is connected, how natural areas are protected. They're very important, and they're required in the strategic growth areas that I mentioned previously, as well as the larger open expansion or settlement area expansion areas will require just secondary planning as well. That way we can.
Mr. Hayworth, could I interrupt you for a second and ask the chair, do we need to have a motion to extend at 10 o'clock or is it at 10:30?
At 10 o'clock, it is 10 o'clock. So can I pause the presentation for a second? And the regional official plan is incredibly important, and we do have other important items in business. So can I have a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes? I have Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Miller. I can't see the screen. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. I don't need to call the roll on this one. I think we can just, okay. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Hayworth. Please continue.
No problem. I'm almost finished. So they're very important in terms of dealing with our expansion areas as well, the larger areas, and ensuring that we have, we develop with transit supportive densities. We consider climate change in the development of that planning framework for the expansion areas and strategic growth areas. Urban design is very important in ensuring that our intensification areas are compatible with assisting in the blending the compatibility of the intensification areas with the existing communities. We have policies that support gentle density and also that support the municipalities to the flexibility to locate those intensification areas within their municipalities and built up areas as they think is important, as long as they meet our overall targets. Obviously, infrastructure and transportation is really important to consider comprehensively with the development, and secondary planning allows you to do that as well. And sub-watershed planning in combination with our secondary planning is really important for developing larger greenfield areas, as well as, the greenfield areas that'll be in the settlement area expansion. So these are our general outcomes. We want to assist, have a plan that looks at increasing our housing supply and housing of different types and provide policy tools for affordable housing. Want to have a policy response to helping deal with climate change and moving forward in the future to deal with that. Use infrastructure efficiently, protect our natural environment and rural systems, and support for economic development as well. And that concludes, I just mention one more slide here, where we're at right now. We just had a statutory public open house on April 7th. We have a statutory public meeting on April 28th. So as I mentioned, we have a proposed plan out for formal consultation now. We'll have our public meeting. We'll consider all the consultation we get till April 28th. We'll look at providing a recommended plan at that time after considering all that to council in June for adoption. And then should regional council adopt the plan in June, it will go off to the province to meet the provincial deadline for the beginning of July. So that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, we're available.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Looking at my screen, I've got Councillor Kushner and then Councillor Harris. Councillor Kushner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hayworth. A couple of questions. You indicated that one of the objectives was to minimize overlap between the two tiers. Do you have anything specific? Where is the overlap?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think, you know, we're in a two-tier system and the planning is probably overlapped in various areas. And I think the minimizing or reducing the overlap is more in providing clear policy direction. I would say that we've tried to make some improvements to the natural environment policies and the implementation of those in particular to make it clearer on what the requirements are going to be. What's really key here is that once our plan is approved by the province, and there's no appeal to that approval as it stands now under provincial legislation, but once it's approved, municipalities then have to bring their official plans into conformity, and that's an opportunity to address overlap as well as make sure that there's that clear policy alignment between the two plans at that particular time. We also work with area planners in developing a memorandum of understanding on how applications are processed and development processes and to ensure coordination and better coordination to minimize any confusion with the development community and the public in that fashion as well.
And you also mentioned that the intention was to expand the development in key areas. For years, we talked about protecting the unique agricultural lands below the escarpment. Is it still the intent to have the growth directed to the top of the escarpment?
Yeah, the municipalities where the expansions are occurring are West Lincoln, Niagara Falls, and Fort Erie, as I mentioned, with some hamlet expansions in West Lincoln and Wainfleet. And I will say this, I didn't get into it because there's not a direct expansion proposed in St. Catharines, but for those areas where the settlement area boundaries are expanded, they were assessed according to numerous criteria, two of which were the impact on the natural environment and on agriculture. So that was considered in terms of where to expand. So one thing, as I mentioned, the land needs, it kind of determined how much expansion would be required based on what the land needs puts out at the end of the land needs assessment. And then at that point, we had to look at where do we expand. And we had a lot of requests. I think we had like 130 requests initially that we had to put through an assessment system. But the impact on agriculture and the impact on the environment were two prominent criteria that were the assessment was based on.
Okay, and thirdly, you talked about the importance of design review. Have you considered a design review panel? St. Catharines had one, Niagara on the Lake has one. Did you consider such for the region?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say that's more of an administrative aspect. We don't really get into identifying, different committees' involvements in the plan. We can certainly take that back, and it's a point that we'll take a look at for consideration in terms of administering urban design policies and working with our local partners.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
I guess through you, Councillor Porter, to the presenter, I just had a specific question about a specific piece of property. I'm not sure if it was on the map or identified. I'm looking for some information on 590 Glendale Avenue. Now, I know there's been some talk about doing a development there, possibly some residential. What's the status of 590 Glendale Avenue? That would be just west of Royal Niagara Golf Course?
Yeah. Through the chair to the councillor. So that property is identified as a site-specific policy area in our plan. There's a request to the Niagara Escarpment Commission to have the designation in the Niagara Escarpment Plan changed to urban. Should that request be approved by, I guess, cabinet, then our site-specific policy would be triggered for those lands to come into the urban area. But nothing can be done on that until there's a decision by the province on the change to the Niagara Escarpment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the presenter. Thank you very much for your presentation tonight. I'm just wondering if there's anything specifically in this plan that addresses things like, for, you know, when the future developments are in the process and stuff, and there's green spaces that they're taking out, like clear cutting their lots and stuff like that. Is there something specifically in this plan that addresses those types of things?
Through the chair to the councillor. So if you're referring to the urban area, a couple of factors. We have the natural environment system policies. So there's policies for protecting significant woodlands and other woodlands, and wetlands and other wetlands. And there's specific policies associated with those. There's also policies for the urban areas with respect to linkages and looking at enhancement areas when development happens. From another perspective, when we have policies that speak to when you're, you know, like I said, we require the secondary planning in the strategic growth areas and for expansion areas and larger greenfield areas, and encourage them in larger greenfield areas and within the built up areas in general. And our policies also speak to encouraging, providing for open space and doing a secondary planning for the community, parks, etc. Because that all speaks to, one, helping to deal with climate change, but also healthy communities, right? Connecting things with active transportation, that type of thing. So we're trying to put policies in to support our local municipalities for their more detailed planning to address those items.
Okay, so that include things like when people are bringing forward a subdivision plan or a plan of any sort, where, you know, you're encouraging them to do things that are more green environmentally, like, you know, like green roofs, where, you know, we're talking about infilling and having so many more people, like maybe in the high density areas where we try to encourage them to put, like, say, a rooftop garden or a living wall or something in their developments.
Through the chair to the councillor, we have policies that certainly allow for that and encourage that in a more generic form, I would say. And then it would be at the local level where those types of things would be, you know, implemented. Like policies that, you know, allow for and support community gardens, but really those would be provided for at the local level, maybe at local parks and things like that, and would be addressed through local plan.
Okay, and then when it comes to green spaces and wood lots and things like that, have you identified private property, you know, especially where we have maybe larger acreages of things that we should be protecting? Do we have that? Like, is that on the radar?
Through the chair to the councillor. So yeah, so within our natural environment system, there's natural features that are identified. And as I mentioned, like significant woodlands, if they meet our criteria, other woodlands, other wetlands, provincially significant wetlands, Those are examples, and those are all mapped across the region within the urban areas. And a lot of that is, obviously, most of that is on private property.
Thank you for that. I'm glad you clarified that, because I think it's important that we, once you lose those things, we can't get them back.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Do I have any questions in the horseshoe? I don't see any. We have about 15 minutes left, and I read through this plan in detail, and so I just want to make a few comments, and because I think this plan is incredibly important, and luckily Director Kate did email us in January and asked us to review it, but I don't think it got a lot of attention from the lower tier municipalities and the councils, and I honestly feel a little bit concerned that we were consulted early on, but there seems to, I feel like I'm coming at this at the end, and I have so many comments and questions. I don't have a lot of time to say what I need to say, and I think I'm going to be coming to the public meeting to try and say them, because I think when I look through this, I'm having a hard time reading some of it, and when I compare it to even Waterloo's official plan from 10 years ago and York's plan, their draft plan right now, it's a lot clearer to understand. For me, a first-time city councillor, planning can be a little bit complicated, and I feel like there needs to be a little bit more clarity on some of the issues and some concepts that I think are really important planning concepts and are simple concepts aren't really in here, like the 15-minute city, for example. And I see, like, we talk about climate change, but there's a lack of language around reducing auto dependency and turning around streets so that the streets become safer and for pedestrians and cyclists first. So there's lots of generalities in some areas related to climate change, and then the sustainable section is actually very complicated and difficult to understand, and I'm not clear on the implications for that section, because I think there are potential implications that it might be good in some areas, but if we implement it, I think that we might be creating sprawl in other areas. So I wish I could have wonderful questions. I think the last thing is I think there's an opportunity for aspirational goals in the regional plan related to things like climate change targets and affordable housing targets. So I see there's discussion around affordable housing targets, but could the official plan not have targets for the region itself that they have to achieve when it comes to, like, Niagara regional housing and social housing? Could you not actually just kind of put that in there? I guess that's the one question I have.
Those are all really, interesting, valuable points to the chair. With respect to, like, social housing, I would say this, affordable housing is a very large, complex issue, right? And the official plan is a land use planning document that, is triggered by applications under the Planning Act. When we reviewed the affordable housing issue and we looked at gathering data, one of the first things we wanted to do was we hired Cancia to gather data on what's the affordable housing issue in terms of, core housing need and that type of information. And we had to align our work with the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, right? So we did that work. We have affordable housing targets in the official plan. 20% of all new rental housing is to be affordable. 10% of all new ownership housing is to be affordable. So we dealt with it from a land use perspective. We aligned with as I mentioned, the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, and the social housing component is kind of offset and from from the land use planning component of the official plan. So it's kind of somewhat falls outside of the mandate of the official plan. That's reviewed through social housing, right? Regional housing. So while we try to align our work with the Housing and Homeless Action Plan, that does fall somewhat outside our scope. The other thing too is, as we've made some revisions from the previous draft to the proposed plan that's out now for formal consultation, we did try and clarify the protected major transit station areas, and there's opportunities for inclusionary zoning in those protected major transit station areas should the local municipalities that have those wish to follow through and implement inclusionary zoning in those areas as well. So I mentioned those points, and also with respect to the other points you made, we're certainly willing to sit down and talk to you about your other points one-on-one and listen to your concerns and have a discussion about those.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. To just a last thing, like the glossary and words like transit supported development, I think that really needs to be made clear and defined, because if you ask any lower tier counselor what that means, you'd get a million different answers. And I think like some examples and clarity is incredibly important and will just help our planning decisions in the future. So I thank you for coming. This was a really long and painful meeting for you to sit through. And I would love to talk to you about this, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Moving along, I'll move to, we've got 9 minutes left, and I'm going to go to legal. Sorry, I need a motion to receive the presentation. I keep Councillor
I'll make the
McPherson,
motion.
Councillor Harris, you want to second it? All in favor? Thank you very much. Moving right along to 9.1, the Legal and Clerk Services filling a vacancy on Regional Council for Councillor George Darte. And the recommendation is that Council provide a recommendation on how the vacant seat at Regional Council for the City of St. Catharines should be filled, and that Council request that the City Clerk advise the Regional Clerk of its decision. So I understand that there is a motion on the floor brought forward by Councillor Kushner. Councillor Kushner, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. Years ago, we had very acrimonious debates about filling vacancies. And to avert such debates, we introduced a policy which was to be objective and not based on personal relationships or party affiliations or those who had similar political views like ours or thought like us, but instead a very objective policy based on democratic principles, which is the election of officials. And specifically, if someone put their name forward on the ballot and received a respectable number of votes, then that person would be appointed or recommended for appointment. And that policy served us well. For example, at the city level, we had the replacement of Greg Wishuta by Laura Ip. And then on regional, we had Carlos Garcia, we had Tim Rigby, and we had more recently Edgar Kelly. And accordingly, I recommend that in accordance with our policy that the City of St. Catharines recommend that Mike Britton be appointed to fill a vacant seat of Regional Councillor for the City of St. Catharines. And furthermore,
I'll second it, Joe, if you like.
Thank you. And furthermore, that council requests that the city clerk advise the regional clerk of its decision. And I would speculate that if this motion is not carried, that would certainly ensure the election of Mr. Hayward to regional council in the forthcoming election. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking at the time. Well, I might extend it for another 15 minutes if we can't get through this. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Just, I guess, can you, just to remind us, what's the timeline on this like in terms of when we had to make the appointment?
I believe we need to make a decision by April 29th.
That is correct. Regional Council has requested a response from the city by April 29th.
I guess just to comment, this is, some people might remember we had this policy, it's called the CIP. I think I'm getting that right. And we had an incident in council when we had an old CIP and we voted to say that the CIP was not a good policy anymore. We didn't want to use it. But because we'd had this policy in place, it was still recommended to approve funding for a building, I believe it was in Port Dalhousie. And a lot of councilors said, that's a bad policy, so we shouldn't be following it. Now, why that analogy is important is because at our meeting in December, when we needed to fill a vacancy, we raised a lot of concerns about the current policy to fill vacancies. And we decided not to follow it because of those concerns and the feeling that the policy was inadequate. And that's why I think actually staff didn't make a recommendation this time because of those concerns that we raised. So it would be wrong of me to, just because we have a bad policy, but it's the one we have, follow it. I think, you know, the clear principled approach would be to do the opposite and not follow a bad policy. I think, too, if we recall, the main reason we were looking at this was to include some equity concerns. To me, that's more important to have political representation that actually represents the people that they're representing. That's, I think, what democracy is supposed to be about. And right now, we're woefully underserved in that, in terms of women, people of color, disabled people, people on the LGBTQ spectrum, non-binary people. So I think it's important that we do get a new policy that reflects the need for that, and it's important we show leadership since we talk about that a lot. I guess my one question to staff would be, do we have an idea of when that policy was? And surely no one predicted we would be doing this twice in 4 months, but.
Through the chair, are you asking when the policy was approved or when we were
No,
bringing it
when
back?
we were looking at having it.
Our intent is to bring it back by the end of the term of council. These types of things do take a little bit of time to review. We don't just look at what other municipalities are doing. We contact them and say, how is it working? Those types of things take time. We are working on some other things. We never anticipated working on this or dealing with another appointment again so soon. But our intent is to probably bring it back at the end of this term or the very start of the next term.
Is there any little preview you could give us as to what might be included in such a policy?
No preview at this point. However, we have yet to find an example of a policy that would address elected official vacancies that applies kind of an equity lens. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We just haven't found one yet.
Okay. I guess my other question is, Mr. Britton here in this meeting? Is that, because I know some councilors had talked about asking questions of potential appointees. I think that came up at this meeting earlier.
As far as I know, he's not here. I don't know what would stop us from asking him to come to the next meeting if that was a will of council. We could kind of maybe defer this to, we would have time to, I guess, if people wanted to hear from Mr. Britton and maybe perhaps ask questions.
Yeah, I think certainly that would be important. So hopefully someone does suggest that. I've already spoken. It's going to be very difficult for me to vote for non-equity seeking candidate, again, because the need is so glaring for that. And certainly, well, I appreciate that Mr. Britton was almost elected 4 years ago. 4 years ago was a few lifetimes ago, I think, at this point. So I would be interested to hear from him, and maybe that would help tilt the balance into supporting the appointment of somebody who isn't, not to my knowledge anyway, representing any equity-seeking group. So that would be my, I guess, preference as to what would happen, but that we invite Mr. Britton to come here to our next meeting, which would still give us lots of time to make the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. It is 10:29, and I have two other councillors on the docket who wish to speak. I would like to hear from them, and can I ask if we could extend for 15 minutes? It needs to be unanimous at this point. So can I ask you to call the roll on this one? Thank you.
For motion for curfew, Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes, this will be the last one.
Councillor Townsend has had to leave.
Townsend's gone.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson
Yes.
and Chair Porter.
Yes.
That's carried.
Thank you. So I'm not sure who had their hand up first. I'm sorry. I see Councillor Garcia, and I have Councillor Williamson, if that's okay.
Sorry, if it's okay with Councillor Williamson, I'll go first.
Sure.
I just want to emphasize that, yes, we're working on a potentially revised policy, but in the meantime, the policy that Councillor Kushner mentioned is still in place, and we need to make a decision, and we have followed that policy before, as Councillor Kushner mentioned, on a number of occasions, both for regional council, and then just recently we used that policy to appoint Councillor McPherson to replace the vacancy left by Councillor Cisco when he moved to the region. So I strongly support the motion by Councillor Kushner and believe we need to make a decision, and the policy is still there, and while it's there, we need to pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson.
You're muted, Councillor Williamson.
Sorry about that. Listening to the electorate is sometimes gives us results that we may not like, but it's the essence of our democratic system. Churchill said something to the effect that it's the worst form of government that we've ever tried, except for all the other forms that have been tried from time to time. I voted to follow this pattern, I think, every time it's come up, including when we replaced Sandy Bellows. And the next place finisher is a person who ran for that position, got the next votes in order, and that's the way our electoral system works. It takes the personal politics out of the situation and lets people have the say that they deserve to have, and it's the most objective choice that we have in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the horseshoe or online? I don't see any other comments or questions. So if there's no appetite to put this to the next meeting, I think we got to call the question this evening.
Perfect.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
No.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Thank you. I have lost my spot on the agenda because it's late. There were discussions around, there are two, I'm moving to notices of motion. Councillor Townsend had one on trees, but he's not here. So I'll just ask him to email the clerk's office if he hasn't done so yet. The mayor had also had a notice of motion that I think they can just submit that and that can be on the agenda. Are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none. There were some report requests earlier. I think they were captured by, it was a motley crew of report requests. Are there any other report requests for staff? Seeing none. Committee and task force minutes. Can I have a motion or we have a motion that council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. And I have Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Phillips, all in favor. And that's carried. And there's no closed session. And the reading of the bylaws. And that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A through G, save and accept bylaw F, be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by, I'm not sure who, and the city clerk. Is that me?
Well, it'll be signed by the mayor and myself.
Okay, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk. Perfect. So can I get a motion? I got Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Littleton, and all in favor? And that's carried. So that there being no further items of business, that this meeting be adjourned. And so can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Littleton, seconded by Councillor Garcia, all in favor? Do we have to? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.